Okay, good morning. I'd like to call to order the open meeting for Thursday, November 7th, 2024, and ask the Commission Secretary for information on today's agenda.
Each commissioner has independently reviewed the minutes of the open meeting of Thursday, October 31st, 2024, and each has informed me there is no need to discuss the minutes.
I move we approve the minutes of the open meeting of Thursday, October 31st, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Each commissioner has independently reviewed the agenda, and each has informed me there is no need to discuss the notices associated with agenda items 2 through 9, the draft order closing docket 137 CE 208 associated with agenda item 10, or the suggested minute associated with agenda item 11, approving the final strategic energy assessment and directing commission staff to distribute the final report as required by WISSTAT Section 196.491 GM.
I move we approve the notices of investigation associated with agenda items 2 through 6.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I move we approve the notices of proceeding associated with agenda items 7 through 9.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. In docket 137 CE 208, I move that we approve the draft order granting the applicant's request to withdraw its application and close the docket.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And in docket 5 ES 112, I move we approve the final strategic energy assessment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that brings us to our first substantive item on the agenda today, item 11, which is, sorry, item 12, 5 UR 111. This is the Wisconsin Electric Power Company's application to adjust electric, natural gas, and steam rates for 2025 and 2026. I just would like to start our discussion by thanking everyone here at the PSC and our external stakeholders for their work on this year's rate cases. These seem to get more complex and involved every year, and I truly appreciate the massive amount of effort that goes into them. A special thank you goes to our team here at the PSC, including all of our new staff who have taken on heavy workloads and stepped into new roles and responsibilities as part of this year's rate cases. It's a steep learning curve, speaking from experience. I'd also like to thank our new or newer interveners for their participation in these cases. It's very important that your voices are heard, and we really appreciate your perspectives. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in these rate cases by attending and testifying at the public hearings or submitting public comments online. Input from the public is essential to informing our record and helping us reach fair and reasonable decisions. For these cases, hundreds of public comments were submitted in the record. We read them, we take them into consideration, they're very important, and they really do help our decision-making process, so thank you. And then thank you to those who are attending today's open meeting in person or following along live on YouTube. Before we do begin our specific deliberations, I'm just going to provide some brief opening remarks and then turn it over to my colleagues in case they would like to do the same. Today, we are taking up the joint application of Wisconsin Electric Power Company, or WEPCO, and Wisconsin Gas to adjust electric, natural gas, and steam rates. The Commission is also going to take up the application of Wisconsin Public Service Corporation, WPS or Pub Service, to adjust electric and natural gas rates. Because these two utilities share a holding company, and because their applications are similar in many ways, I did view them through a really similar lens, and my opening remarks do pertain to both of the applications before us. And then once we conclude our opening remarks, I'm going to turn our attention to the two decision matrices that we have developed to guide our deliberations today. These decision matrices are available on the Commission website if anyone watching from home would like to follow along with our discussion. We will take up each decision matrix separately because there are some decisions that are unique to each utility. However, most of our decisions and discussions in the WEPCO case will also apply then to the Pub Service case. Each case contains hundreds of decisions, and as Commissioner Nieto laid out for us last week, they are kind of akin to puzzle pieces, and today our mission is to review each piece and try to put the whole puzzle together. Many of my positions on the issues are related to, impacted, or influenced by positions in other decision matrix items or past Commission decisions. And much like last week, I plan to guide our discussion and decision items through kind of open conversation with each other. And in a few places, it will make sense to take up several items together kind of for review and discussion. So I'll try to note those as part of my opening comments to those. Just for context, we are in the throes of an energy transition that requires a great deal of construction and capital expenditure. This is not unique to Wisconsin. It's happening in every state across the country and around the world. And right now, we are at a particularly challenging point in which demand is growing, the need for reliability remains strong, utilities and developers are building lots of new facilities to meet these needs, and customers are facing higher bills and affordability concerns. Amid these tensions, the Commission's role is to strike a balance that will ensure safe, reliable, affordable, and environmentally responsible utility services for its customers. We review the record and make reasonable decisions based on the information contained in it. We do have some tools that we can utilize to ensure that requested proposals and programs consider this balance and demonstrate benefits to the applicant and customers alike. Overall, my approach to these rate cases is measured and seeks to maintain stability and balance through a fair, gradualist approach. Rate shock and major changes in any direction do have significant impacts on all parties, and I'm hopeful we can agree on a measured path forward. Next, I would be remiss if I didn't mention my disappointment in several components of this rate case. From the start, I was disappointed that the applicant publicly and partially attributed their needs for the request in this rate case to disadvantaged communities struggling to pay their bills and the utilities' partnership with labor unions. I found this disingenuous because the union partnership was entered into voluntarily and provides many other benefits to the companies. And the LIFT program actually provides the applicant revenue it would not otherwise collect. This rate case was also cluttered by a few parties who use this proceeding to address issues that are much better suited for separate, either existing or new dockets. When ideas and policies are proposed that we do not have the legal authority to impose or provide recommendations based outside the reality of our existing regulatory framework, it creates false expectations and doesn't set anyone up for success. Often, our inaction is then viewed as disappointment or an unwillingness to fix problems, when it's in fact due to our pledge to work within the system we have and abide by the boundaries of applicable statute and code. We have not been shy about our desire to have more seats at the PSC's proverbial table, but we need to ensure that the discussions are productive and focused on what we can actually address. To that end, a new legislative session does begin in January, and there are a number of policy ideas in this record that would be much more appropriate for the legislature to consider. There was also a great deal of back and forth between the applicant, staff, and interveners in the record on hundreds of contested issues, but with very little compromise made or common ground found. My advice to the applicant and interveners is to use the time between now and the next rate case to improve your communication and relationships with each other. One of the recurring themes of this rate case could be described as vast and deep disagreement across the board. Each involved party is in a very different place. Obviously, you are all representing and advocating for different and unique constituencies and perspectives. I'm not naive enough to think that you'll be able to agree on most things. Unfortunately, this record does not indicate that much work was done to find compromise on anything, and to me, that's a missed opportunity. We, the Commission, are now left to forge a path and attempt to find middle ground. Don't get me wrong, that's absolutely part of our job responsibility, and we'll do it many times today. But due to that lack of compromise among those most knowledgeable about these issues, and because of some thin sections in the record, our decisions may not necessarily be the best path forward for everyone involved. Just because you didn't enter into settlement agreements this time around doesn't mean you can't work together to find common and agreeable solutions on even a handful of issues. Okay, moving on. Now for the game plan, we're going to use the 2 decision matrices to guide our discussions and decisions. Just a reminder that the decision matrices are just that. They're a guide. They frame the issues and point us in the direction of the record, but they don't replace the record. They're not perfect, and they don't contain everything that every party wants in them. There was a staggering amount of information in this year's rate cases, especially the 2 that we have before us today. And while my colleagues and I can't discuss our preparation with each other beforehand, I can assure you that we have all read, reviewed, analyzed, discussed, and dug very deeply into the record on every issue these cases present. Again, we'll use the decision matrix to guide and organize our decisions. We're going to take up WEBCO first and Wisconsin Public Service second. There will be some natural breaks during the cases for staff to run numbers and for us to review. And we're going to do our best to keep everyone in the room and watching on YouTube informed about what we're doing and kind of where we are. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to my fellow commissioners for any opening remarks they have. Commissioner Nieto.
Thank you, Chair Strand. Thanks for your opening remarks. I'll keep my comments brief, but echo a few things you said. First, I'd like to thank you both in advance for what I'm sure will be a thoughtful and well-reasoned discussion, and thank you for the good setup to our discussion today. That was helpful. And I'd like to echo your thanks that you gave to everybody who worked hard on this case, particularly to the members of the public who provided comments and participated in the hearings. I wasn't able to attend all of the public hearings, but thanks to the transcripts and the written record, I was able to read all of the comments and also watch those on YouTube. And I did get a chance to attend the public hearing in Milwaukee, and hear directly from people who are struggling to make ends meet, hear from people with various perspectives on the case. And I'd like to say your words have been heard, and we're listening to all who filed comments and who participated in the hearings. I think, again, as I said last week, it's critically important for the utilities and for us as their regulators to remember when making these decisions that they have real-world impact in people's lives. I think through a similar lens that you've discussed, Chair Strand, we're in a time of continuous change in the industry, and the times call for a steady, predictable hand at the regulatory wheel that can produce consistent outcomes that are good for both the utility and the customer, and outcomes that are broadly in the public interest. And that's the lens I'll use to approach these decisions today. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Nieto. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thanks. Yeah, I want to echo what the two of you have said and thank everyone for their participation in the docket and building out a robust record. I can safely say this is the most reading I've ever done, and I'm a little behind on my news, so I hope nothing noteworthy has taken place. Again, I appreciate the public comments. I was able to attend a couple of the public hearings virtually to watch them in real time and read the transcripts for those that I wasn't able to, and really appreciate and we'll be considering, the things that were discussed at those very important venues as I'm considering my positions here today. I also want to echo what the chair was saying about agreement as I was going through the lengthy DM. When I came to an issue item where it was clear that the parties got together and agreed, it was a rare finding. And I was like, oh, that was so nice to see that. And so look forward to more of that in the future. As Commissioner Nieto just said, there's a lot going on, and being constructive and agreeing and finding compromise is really key to an overall reasonable decision. And so that's how I'm thinking about these really complex issues at this really challenging time, and I'm looking forward to engaging in the conversation with my colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Okay, we are going to dive in now to the decision matrix. So the first section of our decision matrix are revenue requirement issues. And issue 1 asks what a reasonable electric sales forecast is for the 2025 and 2026 test years. On this item, I was at alternative 1 to accept the staff's estimated forecast for 25 and 26. Staff did use its standard approach for developing the sales forecast, and although I am generally supportive of the forecasting approach used by staff, I do view these decisions with an open mind and make my decisions based on the evidence in the record. Ultimately, I didn't find that the counter arguments of the applicant were compelling enough to deviate from staff's approach. And just a note that my reasoning on this issue does extend to my positions in the 2 subsequent issues as well. So again, I'm at Alt 1 for this one. Commissioner Nieto?
Thank you. I'm also at Alt 1 for similar reasons.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
I am also at Alt 1 for similar reasons.
Thank you. Okay, so as I teed up, similar place on this one as well for the same reasons. Alt 1 on issue 2, which is about the natural gas sales forecast for the 25 and 26 test years.
Alt 1.
Alt 1 for me.
Thank you. Alternative 3, a reasonable natural gas sales forecast for Wisconsin Gas for the 25 and 26 test years. Here again, I was at alternative 1.
Alt 1.
Alt 1 for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 4 is uncontested, which takes us to issue 5, which asks about appropriate electric O&M expenses adjustments for the Whitewater Generating Station. Here I'm at Alt 1. As identified in the record, the applicant's purchase of the Whitewater Generating Station closed on January 1st of 2023. And due to the timing of this, our staff were not able to calculate the budget to actual adjustment based on a 3-year average. As noted in the rebuttal testimony of an applicant witness, when setting the maintenance budget for the test years, the applicant undertook a more detailed review of the maintenance needs of the plant, as well as the utility's experience managing the plant from 2023. So given the evidence in the record, I did find that it was reasonable to support the applicant's O&M maintenance forecast for Whitewater, which would put me at alternative 1 on this one. Commissioner Nieto?
Thanks, Chair Strand. Similarly, I was at Alt 1 based on the information the applicants provided here.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, agree with the two of you. The rebuttal from the applicant was really helpful in understanding why the typical budget to actual process didn't work here, so I'm at Alt 1.
Okay, thank you. Issue 6 is uncontested. Issue 7 asks what percentage or amount of industry association dues should be included in the revenue requirements. So the commission did look at this issue in last week's Superior rate case, and we decided to allow the inclusion of association dues in the revenue requirement consistent with past commission practice, which means that lobbying-related portions of these dues were excluded from the revenue requirement. As one of the commissioners who voted in last year's WP&L and MG&E rate cases where customer benefit of association dues was discussed, I just want to briefly touch on that. So in those cases, the commission found that it was reasonable for the applicant to provide specific data demonstrating customer benefits associated with association dues, which it intends to seek recovery for in their next rate case. In those cases, the commission ultimately allowed the inclusion of a portion of association dues consistent with past practice. So to summarize, this customer benefit issue was raised in last year's rate cases, and that information is to be provided in those applicants' next rate cases, which will happen in 2025. So in order for us to be consistent and fair in the timing of this directive, I support alternative 1 here, which would allow the inclusion of industry association dues consistent with past commission practice, and then be clear that going forward, we do expect to receive descriptive information demonstrating the customer benefits of association dues in this applicant's next rate proceeding. So again, treat them the same that we treated the applicants last year regarding customer benefit information for association dues. So again, I'm at alternative 1 for those reasons. Commissioner Nieto?
Thanks, Chair Strand. I was at Alt 1 as well and support the same requirement to receive that additional information as we have with other utilities.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. I might be at Alt 1. I just want to clarify, there was some association dues that were new in this rate case that didn't have a typical staff percentage presented in the exhibit. And so I'm unclear on what staff would do with those. I think there was 4 new association dues that didn't have a historical percentage applied. And so I'm fine with the existing that have shown up before. But there were some that were new with no percentage and then very vague descriptions of the benefits. And so I'm fine just doing a hard, last case, those percentage, that's fine, because that would exclude all of the new stuff. And so if that's how we're interpreting one, I'm there as well. But just wanted to flag that in case there was any other thoughts from either of you.
Yeah, no, thank you for flagging that. I kind of had a similar exercise last week with percentages assigned in the past, historical percentages assigned to portions of dues for that applicant. Ultimately, I do trust that staff is going to consistently treat those new dues that didn't have a percentage assigned to them in this rate case with their standard approach, which would be, we've been clear what we have excluded and what we've included. So I'm okay not giving them any additional direction and just trusting that they'll treat those the same. But again, echo that most importantly, as it relates to association dues, that next time, if this applicant is asking for recovery of a portion of those, that we really need strong evidence of customer benefit.
Okay, that sounds good, because some of them, it was just listed as industry association, and that was pretty light. So I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving along to issue 8, asks the appropriate amount of advertising and economic development expense to include in the 25 and 26 test years. So our decision matrix here does say uncontested, but I think that that is actually supposed to say alternative 1. So consistent with past commission practice, I do support including staff's adjustment to the advertising and economic development costs.
I was at Alt 1 here as well.
Thank you.
Same for me.
Thank you. Issue 8A asks whether the commission should require applicants to provide specific data in their next rate proceeding demonstrating specific customer benefits associated with advertising expenses for which they seek recovery. So this is actually the question that probably should have been asked in the previously discussed association dues issue as well. So here I am at alternative 2 because I support staff and the commission's current practice of disallowing promotional advertising, institutional or goodwill advertising expenses, and economic development expenses from rate recovery. In my view, this longstanding approach is sufficient to ensure expenses without customer benefit are excluded, which means I don't really see the need for Alt 1. And further, notwithstanding our decision in this item, staff and interveners are not precluded from asking for information about these expenses in future proceedings. With that being said, I'm not strongly opposed to one. I just want to make sure that for a lot of these issues, association dues, advertising expenses, and some of the other ones we're going to talk about in a second, that we don't automatically turn these into abrupt removals from the revenue requirement or automatic adjustments. I think the goal of gathering this information, especially the customer benefit information, is so that in our future proceedings, we really can have it in the record for us to consider and then make really good informed decisions about whether or not these things should be recoverable based on the customer benefit they provide. So instead of just, again, I don't want to abruptly start excluding things without our ability to really dig in and analyze the benefits that may or may not be provided. So again, I'm flexible. I prefer alternative 2 here, but we'll hear what you guys have to say. Commissioner Nacho?
Thanks, Chair Strand. I was with you at Alt 2 here. I do think, to a point the applicant made, I think some of these costs under this category are pretty bright line costs. So the ones that are not being excluded are really required items, and the ones that are being excluded aren't. And it's fairly clear throughout the audit process which those are, which ones are goodwill, and which ones aren't. So I just didn't see the additional information in this particular item serving an additional purpose for me.
Okay,
Thanks.
great. Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. Yeah, I was originally at Alt 1, but your discussion has been instructive for me. I benefited from the case last week. We had some pretty short and sweet descriptions of those that are allowed by the typical practice, and that was really useful to me. But if it is truly a bright line there between what is disallowed and we're comfortable with that, that makes sense, because it was presented as these are what's typically allowed, and the applicant did have to provide a little bit of information. And that was likely only useful to me given my newness to reviewing it. So I'm fine joining the two of you at Alt 2 here.
Just so you know, I was super compelled last week with the exact same thing that you are.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Good.
Yes. All right, moving on to issue 9. This is asking us if we should require applicants to provide specific data in their next rate proceeding, demonstrating specific customer benefits associated with the payment of all Board of Director costs for which recovery is being sought. Here I'm at alternative 1. So similar to my comments on the last issue, I'm not opposed to this request, which does put me at alt 1. But again, I really don't want us to get into a situation where we're just making automatic adjustments without really getting to dig into information provided by the applicant. So if this information is gathered in the next rate case, since this is not really an issue that I've looked at, and the purpose is for us to review, analyze, and decide on whether or not these costs provide customer benefit, I would be okay with requiring the applicants to provide this, but I'm flexible on this one as well. It's just a newer issue to me than the advertising dues. Commissioner Nacho?
Similarly, this is an issue that I don't have a lot of information on, and I supported alternative 1.
Okay,
Thanks.
you. Commissioner Hawkins?
I was originally at Alt 2 here. I was thinking that, having a board of directors is, just part of the cost of doing business, but I did note that it would be really informative to understand how the board evaluates company performance and including the board's review of reliability and customer affordability and things like that. And so in the spirit of getting that information, I can join you guys at Alt 1, because I think that would be really useful to see in a future case.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to issue 10, we are going to discuss the appropriate amount of forestry management expenses to include in the 25 and 26 test years. So my comments that I'm going to give right now are going to address, so 10, 10A, and 10B are all related to forestry management. 10B is uncontested, but I do want to note that one of my colleagues would like to discuss that item. So when we get there, we'll do that as well. So this issue to me demonstrates the value of our rate case process, where legitimate questions about the applicant's forestry management proposal created robust engagement and discussion between the applicants, the parties, and commission staff. So critiques were leveled at this request and questions were asked and answered. And I do think the record now makes a strong case for the need to increase the budget to address reliability concerns, reduce the frequency and duration of outages caused by the growing intensity and severity of storms in Wisconsin, and to protect our electric distribution system. Because this request does represent a sizable increase in the forestry budget, to the degree the commission decides to authorize this increase, I do think it's reasonable to include the reporting conditions identified in sub-issue B, because putting those conditions in place gives me confidence that we'll have greater transparency, more information, and a better understanding of the utility's forestry activities going forward. Therefore, I do support the applicant's proposed forestry management budget increase, which would put me at alt 2 for issue 10. And then for item 10A, I could support alt 2 or 3 if we do accept the budget increase. And again, I'm on 10B, I accept those conditions, and then we'll have a discussion about potential modifications to those. So I will turn it over to Commissioner Nietzsche now for her positions, and if whoever would like to discuss 10B, please feel free to do that as part of these comments.
Great, thank you. I did not have discussion on 10B. For the budget item itself, I was initially at modifying the requested budget, increasing the budget over what the applicant currently has, increasing it at one of the rates suggested in the record of $10 million over the current budget for 10 years as opposed to the 20 over 5 essentially. And I was persuaded by the analysis that would produce similar safety results over the period. I'm open on this one as well and interested in hearing discussion all around. And I think regardless, I would not require an escrow or deferral of any sort of difference. I do think the applicant has been overspending on this budget item in recent years, working to catch up on its forestry, and I don't need a deferral or escrow or anything like that. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
No more suspense. I was the one who wanted to talk about 10B.
Oh, there you go. Process of elimination.
Yes, but going to the budget request, I am joining the chair at alt 2. I really appreciated the back and forth between staff and the applicant to understand not only the cost effectiveness of the forestry program, but how an investment now in this activity is most cost effective over the long term, and that it really resonated that getting to a shorter forestry cycle sooner will lead to more cost effective forestry management sooner as well. And so I think there are savings to be had where we're currently in a place where it is expensive to conduct this forestry management activity. And so in the spirit of getting to a more cost-effective way to do that, I think approving the full requested amount here would get us back to that shorter cycle. And so that's why I'm at alt 2. For 10A, I am fine not requesting or requiring an escrow or deferral there, just given the fact that there is a clear need for this type of activity, and the dollars will be spent as there is sort of a pent-up demand here. For 10B, the uncontested alternative, I was initially had concerns with some of these reporting requirements as seeming a little onerous, and then in reviewing testimony from the applicant, saw that they also shared that. And so there was a couple that I flagged, the second and the fifth, which is also what the applicant ended up flagging. And so the estimation of the improvements of some of these metrics, I think it's really just, throwing darts and trying. And so I don't know what we're going to be getting from asking the applicant to produce their best guesses on individual lines, how these metrics will fluctuate. And so I was suggesting that we strike those, and if we wanted to, we could do a catch-all reporting requirement, like assessment of reliability metrics, and just leave it more vague. But the way it's spelled out right now just seemed a little burdensome, and so I was hoping that we could leave the rest of them that were provided and strike those two, and maybe make it a little more flexible.
Thank you, and thank you for looking into those at that level. I do recall a conversation in the record regarding whether or not those metrics were actually getting us the information that we're looking for, in addition to the concerns that you raised. Okay, so I just want to restate where we are, and then we'll continue to see if we can build consensus. So on 10, Commissioner Hawkins and I are at alternative 2 to accept the applicant's requested budget increase. And Commissioner Nietzsche was initially at a modified budget, which would be at alternative 4. And then for issue 10A, it sounds like we're all in agreement that a deferral or escrow is not necessary. And then on 10B, we have Commissioner Hawkins' suggestions about slightly modifying the reporting conditions based on his comments. I can definitely support those reporting condition modifications, and again, thank you for looking into those so deeply. Commissioner Nato, anything else you would like to add to this discussion?
Yes, I can join you both on accepting the applicant's budget on this for the good reasons that both of you stated. And I'll also join you on the modified reporting conditions. I thought that was good as well.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to issue 11 then. Here we're going to discuss the appropriate amount of storm damage expense to include in the revenue requirement for 2025 and 2026. Here I was at alternative one, which would be to accept the staff's storm damage adjustment. I think their standard approach to setting these expenses is reasonable. And although the record does include discussion of major storm damage due to more frequent and serious storms, I didn't feel the applicant specifically demonstrated why that request is more reasonable than the staff's proposal. So here I was at alternative one.
I was at alt one as well.
Thank you.
I'm at alt one here.
Thank you. Issue 12 asks about appropriate amounts of storm hardening program expenses to include in the revenue requirement. I'm at alternative 3 on this one. I don't want to bury the lead. And I do kind of have a middle ground modification to offer. So I'm going to discuss 12 and 12A in my comments, and we'll kind of go from there. So staff's proposal was a $13.2 million reduction each year, so in 25 and 26. And the record here demonstrates to me that there was a large underspend in 2023, mostly due to underground transformer supply chain issues. And for 2024, though, it does appear that WEPCO will be on track to spend its full budgeted amount, or at least close to it. I do think it's reasonable for the commission to closely scrutinize the prudency of these expenses and evaluate how they in fact do improve system reliability. And this sentiment was shared by the commission when it considered WEPCO's last full rate case, as well as its test year 2024 limited reopener, because in those proceedings, the commission did authorize storm hardening expenses with certain reporting conditions attached to them. So sub-issue 12A here is uncontested, and it outlines additional reporting that gives me confidence that we'll have the data necessary to more fully evaluate how these projects impact system reliability. So my modified offer here, I think that a reasonable middle ground approach to this would be to extend the 2024 budget of $44 million into 2025, and then to authorize a budget of $50 million in 2026. So rather than doing just 13.2 across the board for both years, I think that this is kind of a more middle ground. So that's my alternative 3 proposal. That being said, I think it's reasonable to take a close look at the budget. I can be flexible on these, so I'm curious to hear where you guys are.
Thanks, Chair Strand. I was initially at the alt 2, but I had similar thoughts around the methodology and the middle ground approach that you're suggesting here resolves a few of those thoughts and questions that I had. That's something I could join you on.
Thank you. No issues with uncontested 10A, or sorry, 12A. Okay,
Nope.
great. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you. Overall, this sounds like a good approach. I do think there's a really important, need and driver to, improve the overall resilience of the system that these investments will get at. And again, we'll have some cost effectiveness over the long term. And so getting these, in the ground is important. And I did want to, let's see here. Oh, yeah, so the reporting requirement is going to really inform us going forward, because I was concerned about the underspend and staff raising the potential to reallocate funds for things that were already, approved in the past. And so I do think reporting will be critical here to make sure that we're not paying for the same project twice. So I can certainly join you at that middle ground approach in alt 3.
Okay, so just to make sure that we're clear, I believe where the 3 of us are is that the 2025 storm hardening budget would be $44 million, and the 2026 storm hardening budget would be $50 million. And then we would approve the reporting requirements included in 12A. Everyone okay with that?
Yes.
You have what you
Yeah.
need? Okay, great, thank you. Moving on to issue 13, should expenses associated with leak detection and repair, LDAR, be included in the applicant's natural gas revenue requirement in the 25 and 26 test years? I am at alternative 1 on this right now. I did find that the record demonstrates there is uncertainty around the timing of this rule. And due to the full breadth of unknowns with this, it's probably premature to accept the applicant's proposed forecast in this proceeding. And the applicant can always file for a deferral at a later date. That being said, I don't know what's going on or going to happen at the federal level in terms of promulgating some of these rules. And this one has been delayed by at least 3 years. So I could be flexible on this, but I just don't have a crystal ball. Commissioner Nieto?
Same for similar reasons. I'm at alt 1 here.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Hawkins?
I'm at alt 1 for similar reasons and have one additional item that I'd like to flag for when there is more certainty around this program, if there is more certainty, again, no crystal ball here, that I would expect an analysis of offsetting losses in the gas supply forecasts, where I was looking at this where the applicant was asking for investments in leak detection and a lot of work that would reduce leaks, but there wasn't a corresponding reduction in gas. And so if and when, or if ever this program moves forward, there should be an analysis of what you're getting for this investment, which I would assume would be a reduction in gas leaks. And so just putting that out there for when or if we ever have more certainty on this.
Okay, great. So because we are in the same, the three of us are in the same position for this, and because that decision does not preclude them from coming back for a deferral request when we know more about the timing, are you comfortable with potentially including taking care of that concern that you just raised, which is a great one, and at a subsequent proceeding?
Yeah, I think so. I think it would have to go hand in hand
Okay.
at a future date.
Great, all right, thank you. So on 13A, due to where we are in 13, I'm at alt 5, take no action, and that does not preclude anyone from coming back once we have a better idea of the timing of this.
That makes sense. Alt
Okay.
5?
Yeah, and just to confirm, we can include some of your language in
Yeah.
terms of future request in that analysis, but it would not be an order point as required.
Great, thank you. Okay, issue 14 asks, what is the appropriate full-time equivalent headcount for the 25-26 test year? So here I'm actually at an alternative 4. I propose to not accept commission staff's reduction of represented employees, but to accept the reduction of the commission staff's reduction of part-time, seasonal, and non-represented positions. I do feel that this represents a middle ground approach and would restore a reasonable portion of the positions removed through the staff adjustment that's provided to us in alternative 1. This is consistent with the commission's decision in the 5 UR 110 rate case, so the previous rate case for this utility. In that case, the commission noted that it is sensitive to challenges in the labor market identified by the applicants, and therefore the commission did not accept all of commission staff's FTE adjustments. They rejected the adjustment to regular represented FTEs because those were determined to be less susceptible to seasonal fluctuations, and that commission accepted only commission staff's FTE reduction related to part-time, seasonal, and non-represented positions. I do feel that this approach is appropriate in this rate case as well, and because the record reflects that there are still challenges in the labor market remaining. And again, I think not taking the represented employees reduction, but accepting the part-time, seasonal, and non-represented positions reduction kind of gives us a middle ground between the staff adjustment and the applicant request. So I'm at alternative 4 for this one, but curious to hear from my colleagues.
Thanks, Chair Strand. I'd like to join you on your alternative 4. I was looking for a similar type of solution, and this is consistent with, to your point, the previous cases. So thanks for that.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Similarly, I was looking for a sensible middle ground here, and I think your approach sounds very reasonable, and appreciate you pointing out it was similar to what was done in the last rate case. I would like just a sense of, if anyone has it, or maybe I can get it from staff in a break at some point, just their initial request was 10.2 million, and I just don't have here in my notes or in front of me what that delta is between the reduction proposed by staff. And so Just would like to get a sense of the scale of how close to the middle this approach is.
Yeah, great question. It is never a good idea for me to do math on the fly, so I'm definitely not going to do that. But that calculation will be run by staff after the revenue requirement issue, or sorry, after our finance issue. So we should get, when they give us their updated calculations, that information should be available there. Thank you.
And I'm comfortable going then with your alternative.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so for issue 14A, which asks about the accounting treatment related to this issue, because we're in agreement on the previous issue with the restoring of represented employees, I don't think a deferral is necessary here. So I'm at alt 3 on this one.
I was at alt 3.
Okay, thank you.
All three for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 15 asks about the appropriate payroll adjustment for Wisconsin Gas related to overtime hours. So this does kind of tie into our decision on FTEs. So assuming that we are at restoring represented employees, I do think the applicant's argument here is kind of less persuasive. So I'm at alternative 1, which would be to accept the staff's payroll adjustment.
Alt 1?
Thank you.
Alt 1 for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 16 asks about the appropriate inflation rate for non-represented employee wages. Here I'm at alternative 1, which would be to accept the commission staff's rate wage adjustment, excuse me. I think that this is a longstanding commission practice that inflation rates are established at the date the rate proceeding application is filed. And once it's set, we generally don't update it for revenue requirement purposes. And I didn't see any evidence in the record that compelled me to deviate from that practice. So for that reason, I'm at alternative 1.
Alt 1 as well.
Thank you.
Alt 1 for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 17 asks about the appropriate amount of incentive compensation to be included in the 25 and 26 test years. Here I'm at alternative 1, support commission staff's removal of the incentive compensation.
I was at alt 1 as well.
Thank you.
Alt 1.
Thank you. Issue 18 asks about appropriate amount of medical and dental expenses to be included in the test year revenue requirements. This also ties into our decision on FTEs in issue 14. So because of our adjustments made to FTEs in issue 14, I'm at alternative 2 on this one. I do think it's appropriate to adjust the amount of medical and dental expenses included so that we're consistent with the adjustment that we made in issue 14.
Alt 2.
Thank you.
And I'm in agreement. Alt 2.
Thank you. Issue 19 asks about the appropriate amount for injuries and damages expenses to be included in the test years. On this one, I am at alternative 1. Although commission staff did not directly address this adjustment, the applicant didn't provide compelling evidence demonstrating how the utilities insurance premiums will increase in the test years in 2025 and 2026. Absent that information, I was at alternative 1 here.
Alt 1.
Thank you.
Alt 1 as well. I was looking to try to understand the magnitude of what the impact was explained by the applicant and could not find that. So I'm at Alt 1.
Thank you. Issue 20 asks about reasonable expense amounts for Webco's Fund for Lake Michigan. Here I was at alternative 1. This issue is essentially uncontested, and I don't see a problem with Webco's expense.
Same here.
Okay.
Alt 1.
Thank you.
Same here.
Thank you. Issue 21 is in regards to a reasonable adjustment to electric, natural gas, and steam utility plants and service construction work in progress, or QUIP. Here I was at alternative 1, which would be to accept the commission staff's adjustments. Staff's budget to actual approach is consistent with prior rate cases and shouldn't come as a surprise to the applicant. Again, I didn't find sufficient evidence here to deviate from the use of this approach for this issue item, so I was comfortable with alternative 1 here.
Same. Alt 1.
Thank you.
I was at Alt 1 as well.
Thank you. Issue 22, what is a reasonable adjustment to Wisconsin Gas's plant and service and QUIP? So consistent with my decision in the previous issue, I'm at alternative 1 here as well.
Alt 1.
Thank you.
Alt 1.
Thank you. Okay, our next batch of issues have to do with cost overruns. So issues 23 through 27 of our decision matrix address cost overruns. I'm going to make a few opening comments because there's a bunch of them for us to discuss, and then we can move through them. I do think that these issues are some of the more difficult decisions that we as a commission are faced with, particularly because cost overruns involve impacts to customers. While some parties here take the position that cost overruns should not be included in the revenue requirement, it's important to note that cost overrun decisions are considered under the presumption that the investments made by the utility are prudent, and that's a high standard. While the record could be more fully developed on these issues, the most substantive information provided by the applicants and commission staff suggests that the cost overruns are reasonable and may even be labeled force majeure. Despite their objections to the cost overruns, certain intervening parties did not materially contribute to the analysis in the record, nor did they allege that the utility was imprudent in its actions. If imprudence had been alleged, that issue would have been teed up for commission consideration, and the party alleging imprudence would bear the burden of proving it. Disallowing these costs simply because the utility did not present sufficient information is not a viable option. Based on the information in the record, it's possible the disallowance of these costs could invoke litigation premised on that argument that the utility was not afforded the presumption of prudency. So as we work through the next few issues and sub-issues, I'm consistent in my determination that there was no clear evidence of imprudence in the record. However, that does not mean that our work here is done. I believe it's incumbent on the commission to improve our process so that when cost overruns and force majeure issues arise in the future, a better framework exists to facilitate the development of reasonable options for commission consideration. As is evident with these projects, it's very difficult to address cost overrun issues on the back end and within the confines of a rate case, where there are already more issues presented than time available. Going forward, I feel we need greater scrutiny of force majeure and cost overrun issues on the front end of projects. Improving our process will involve commission staff and participating parties developing ways for us to maintain a greater degree of oversight of contract provisions and project costs, as well as testing and modeling how cost overruns could impact overall project outcome analyses. I am confident that utilizing lessons learned from these issues before us to establish informed guardrails and a clear framework to review cost overrun issues can significantly improve our process while potentially mitigating rate impacts to customers. Now, circling back to the specific cost overrun issues before us today, in the absence of an improved framework, we do have to make determinations based only on the rather thin evidence in this record. As I stated earlier, this evidence does not clearly establish imprudence, and therefore I do support including cost overruns as filed by the applicant, with the exception of 2 projects, which I'll highlight in our discussion of these issues. So issue 23 is about Badger Hollow 2 cost overruns. And here, consistent with my comments, I am at alternative 1. In light of the evidence in the record, I think it's reasonable to include the cost overruns associated with this project. Commissioner Nieto?
Thanks, Chair Strand. I agree with the opening remarks you made on these issues, and would note, I think, a little bit to your point that each project does have its own unique set of circumstances in terms of the timing of the project, the order that authorized it, all of those things. All of that said, with this one, I was at Alt 1. I didn't have issues with the substance of the change order notifications here.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks. Agree with a lot of what the 2 of you said, and then in furtherance of your aspirations for a better process on the front end, I noted that you highlighted that these may be force majeure, and I want to be clear that it isn't clear to me that these are force majeure, and so having a better process on the front end would certainly address that, and I hope in that process we could identify at project approval time what the uncertainties are and the potential cost drivers that could arise. And then, as Commissioner Nieto just mentioned, these were all kind of approved in different processes, and the notification process seemed to be pretty inconsistent and also interpreted differently, where I thought our notifications came slightly later than maybe what the plain reading of the orders stated. And so that's also something I think that we would have to clean up on the front end so that there's a clear understanding by the applicant of what we are expecting. And so not necessarily faulting them for that, because it is variable from case to case, and that's not a good position to be in either. So I am at Alt 1 as well for 23.
Thank you, and thank you both for your comments. I'm in agreement, and I'm excited to kind of clean this up for future projects. Issue 23A asks if the commission should find cost overruns appropriate, what's a reasonable amortization period? I do agree with the applicant's position on this, that this issue is probably should be treated as uncontested, so I'm at Alt 1 on this one to accept the proposal to amortize it over the remaining life of the underlying plant.
Same, Alt 1.
Thank you.
Alt 1 here as well.
Thank you. Issue 24 asks if the Bluff Creek liquefied natural gas project cost overruns should be included in the revenue requirements. Here, in light of evidence in the record, I am also at alternative 1.
I was at Alt 1 on this project as well.
Thank you.
I'm Alt 1 here as well, and I'll just note that the increase, I believe, was below our threshold for notification, and we were still notified, and so appreciate that.
Thank you. Issue 25 asks if the Ixonia liquefied natural gas project cost overrun should be included in the revenue requirement. And again, with my consistent with my decisions in the prior issues, I'm at alternative 1 on this one as well.
Alt 1.
Alt 1 here.
Thank you. Issue 25A asks again about the reasonable amortization period. And again, I think this is probably uncontested, so I'm at Alt 1 on this one as well.
Same Alt 1.
Thank you.
Same here.
Okay, now we get to the two that I mentioned in my opening comments that I think are different. So issue 26 asks if the Paris solar generating and battery energy storage system cost overruns should be included in the revenue requirement. So I'm just gonna give a little bit of information on these. So first, issue 26 asks if the Paris project cost overrun should be included in the revenue requirements. To me, this issue is different from the prior 3 cost overrun issues just discussed because this project is not yet in service. Portions of this project are not yet in service. In testimony, an applicant witness noted that WEBCO and its co-owners expect the solar component of Paris Solar to enter commercial operation in December of 2024 and the BESS portion in June of 2025. So the commission did consider the Paris project in docket 5 BS 254 and authorized WEBCO and the co-owners' request to acquire, own, and operate the project as a combined asset, single project in May of 2022. Because this is a single project and because a portion of the project is not expected to be operational until summer of 2025, consistent with past commission practice, I think it's reasonable to remove the cost overruns here pending project completion when a review of the final cost can actually be performed. Fundamental to this determination is the fact that if the project is not in service and will not be in service for some time until sometime into the future, we don't know what the final costs to include in the revenue requirement are. We should not authorize these now prematurely, and we should leave open the possibility of considering deferrals in the future. So consistent with prior actions, I do think authorizing a deferral of the cost overruns here rather than including them prematurely in the revenue requirement is probably the better thing to do. So I'm at alternative 5, authorize a deferral of the cost overruns associated with the Paris project consistent with our discussion today. Now, I do want to note, this would not be a determination that the cost overruns were imprudent, nor are we saying that they can't ever be recovered. We're merely excluding them from the revenue requirement in this case, which is consistent with our past practice because of timing. The project is not yet in service, and once it's in service, that would be the appropriate time to review the final cost and to consider authorizing the cost overruns. Commissioner Nato?
Thank you, Chair Strand. I was in a very similar position to you. So this order point or alternative 5 that you're suggesting is similar to what the commission decided in the 5 UR 110 reopener with regard to the Ixonia project, similar to an order condition that was established for the Badger Hollow 2 project. We've been fairly consistent that we don't want to look at cost overruns or force majeure until all the final costs are known, to your point. And with this one not being in service yet, I would be at that same spot, defer without carrying costs until the next rate proceeding and look at all the costs.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you. I'm in a similar place. I did want to flag that as this project evolved and the agreements between the applicant and the developer evolved, that the latest agreement has a firm online date agreement for the battery storage, which is the latest piece of this. And so, if we wanted to hold to a firm amount of cost overruns, it seems like the latest agreement with a commitment from the developer for a date certain for being online, this could be an opportunity to approve the cost overruns as the last approval of cost overruns for this project. And so while I fully support the consistency in treating these costs of how we've done it in the past, I think that makes a lot of sense. But something to think about as we were talking earlier about, firming up agreements and things like that. This one, the latest change order had an agreement between the applicant and the developer of guaranteed in-service date, which was a newer development. So flagging that as an opportunity for us to consider approval of the costs as the last cost overruns. But we have seen that these costs change, so that's why I'm sort of wiggling a little bit there. But I just, if any thoughts there, I would be interested to hear.
I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it's definitely something that we should consider as part of our process improvement initiative related to these projects and potential cost overruns. Because even though date certains are date certains, I don't know how they're going to be held to that, or that is actually a date certain, given the history of this project. So, again, I definitely think this is something that we should continue to consider, and for potential inclusion in whatever we decide to do about these on the front end going forward. But I think right now, we should just kind of keep it as is, especially because I think bifurcating anything, even if it's just about a date certain related to a portion of the project, can just kind of make this a lot harder to, a little muddier in terms of like determining which things are attributed to which part of the project.
I'd be at the same spot. I think with the information I have now, sticking to that standard deferral and look at everything comprehensively in the next. But I'd like to support your suggestion to include something like this in the overall process going forward.
Sounds great. And I think when we do look at this comprehensively, I'd hope we can consider what we knew at this point as far as that date certain. So I'm fine joining the two of you there.
Okay, thank you. Issue 26A is related to this, and it asks about a reasonable amortization period for the regulatory liability balance. Here, I do think Alt 1, the applicant's proposal to amortize the resulting balance associated with this project over 1 year is reasonable.
Alt 1.
Thank you.
Alt 1 for me.
Thank you. Okay, issue 27 is similar to the Pears project. This is Darien, solar generating and battery energy storage system, cost overruns. And we also have a timing issue here, but it's slightly different, so I'm gonna talk through this one as well. As described in the record of this proceeding, WEBCO and its co-owners anticipate Darien Solar will enter commercial operation in December of 2024. However, a recent quarterly compliance report that was filed to the underlying Darien docket, which is 5 BS 255, notes a May 2025 in-service date. So given our decision in the prior Paris item, now that we know that the Darien in-service date referenced in the record is no longer accurate, I do think it's appropriate to take notice of the new information from the compliance filing, and I'm going to ask our chief legal counsel to discuss how we as a commission can take notice of that filing and the process for getting that filing into this record so that we can use the May 2025 in-service date to inform our decision. So Cindy, can you walk us through that, please?
Sure. Pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 227.45, the commission is authorized to accept into the record any documentary evidence that is in the commission's possession, which would include this filing, which is on IRF in the docket that you noted. Similarly, the commission is authorized to take official notice of any fact, and I think the fact you noted of interest in that filing is that the in-service date now is does not appear to be 2024, 2025. So what I would suggest, if the other commissioners are interested in that, that we just separately move that piece of evidence into the record. 22745 does allow the parties to contest the validity of those facts or that document, which is their own document on the record, but to provide that necessary process if it's moved and approved to accept this, we would just issue a short notice identifying the record and the fact we're taking, you wish to take notice of, and providing any rights to respond pursuant to the legal requirements.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have questions for Cindy before, it sounds like we're gonna need a motion to take notice of it and get it into this record. Does anyone have any questions about that process or the item? Okay, great.
No.
Can we have a motion
A
then
motion?
to, please? Yeah.
I move we take notice of the underlying documents in 5 BS 255 for inclusion in this record.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
And just to be clear, we will reference and attach the specific, we're not taking all of the docket, just the specific quarterly report that's in question.
Great, okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so we do now have an approved motion to take notice of that report. So consistent with my decision in the Paris item, I think because the Darien project is not yet in service, and again, final costs are unknown, I think it's appropriate here to authorize a deferral of the cost overruns rather than to include the cost overruns in the revenue requirement prior to the project's in-service date. So similarly, this puts me at a new Alt 5, which would be to authorize a deferral of the cost overruns associated with the Darien Solar and BESS project, consistent with the commission, with our discussion today. And again, I want to note, we're not saying that these cost overruns are imprudent, nor are we saying that they can't ever be recovered. We're merely excluding them from this revenue requirement in this rate case, which is consistent with our past practice because of the timing. Given this new information, we know the project is not yet in service, and then once it is in service, that would be the appropriate time for final review of costs and consideration of authorizing the overruns.
I'm at the same alternative, exclude at this time and authorize deferral.
Okay, thank you.
And I will join you both there, and I just wanted to note that this one, because it is the most recent of the projects, as we look at improving our process going forward, a lot of the same, and again, the overruns, there was no evidence here that none of the costs incurred were not prudent, so totally fine with all of that. But some of the struggles and the drivers of the cost overruns had already happened to other projects. So in the spirit of getting that information up front, I think this is a good example of, for example, the Uyghur Labor Act was approved a year before this project was approved by the commission, approved by Congress and signed into law. So I think there's certain things that as we look to improve our process, this would be an instructive case to try to find some ways to improve that.
Thank you. Yes, great idea.
And just to clarify, again, consistent with past practice, that deferral would be without carrying cost?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so staying with this issue, it wasn't identified in this proceeding, but based on what we just did in issue 26A for Paris, in the commission's order in 5 UR 110 for WEBCO to defer the incremental revenue requirement impact of the change to the in-service date for Paris. That order did note that there was a change to the guaranteed in-service date. But because commission staff's rate base estimate initially reflected the earlier in-service date, the change in the timing, the commission found it reasonable for WEBCO to defer the incremental revenue requirement impact to account for the change of the in-service date for the Paris project to a future rate proceeding, which is this one, which is why we took it up. So in 26A, we have a 26A in that project. We did not have a 27A in this project. And so for the Darien project, given the information we now have, updating the in-service date, I do think it's reasonable for us to consider implementing that as well, just like the one we authorized in 26A. So consistent with 5 UR 110, we could order WEBCO to defer the incremental revenue requirement impact to account for the change to the in-service date to a future rate proceeding. So that's what I'm recommending for the Darien project, but just want to make sure we're all on the same page with that one too.
Yes, I support that as well, and thank you for raising it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Do you need anything else regarding this since it's not a specific item? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, moving along to issue 28. Here we're asked if it's reasonable to allow recovery of the Michigan Avenue replacement project. I am at alternative 1 for this one. I think consistent with past commission practice, projects that fall under our CA threshold, as this one now does, are treated as routine capital expenditures in addition, so I'm okay with allowing the recovery.
Alt 1.
Thank you.
All one for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 29, is it reasonable to include the impact for Paris Rice in the revenue requirement? On this item, I am at alternative 2. WEBCO filed for commission approval to construct Paris Rice in docket 6630 CE 316, but the commission has not yet authorized this project. So commission staff removed all revenue requirement impacts from the 25 and 26 test year plan and CWIP estimates pending authorization of that project. So consistent with our past practice, I would not allow for recovery of Paris Rice in this revenue requirement because the project has not been approved, and doing so would be premature. So I'm at alternative 2 here.
Alt 2 as well?
Thank you.
Thanks.
All two for me too.
Thank you. All right, now we're getting into some plant retirement revenue requirement questions. Issue 30 asks about the appropriate accounting treatment for the Oak Creek Power Plant units scheduled for retirement. I will just make a little more comments on this one as well. Here I am at alternative 1, and I do think it's consistent with past commission practice to use the remaining book life here. There's no indication that it's appropriate to deviate from this past practice due to the fact that there's no consensus from any party on this. Therefore, we, as a commission, are left having to choose between the presented options, other than the fact that we can't unilaterally force this applicant to pursue securitization. And we are bound by making our decisions within the regulatory framework. I think it would be unprecedented for us to not allow recovery on the investments that were deemed prudent by the commission. And in a similar vein, again, we don't have the authority to direct securitization. So I do appreciate the constructive suggestions of WEAG's intervention, and I do believe that there are reasonable alternatives for commission consideration. But I am concerned about the overall increase in cost that a longer amortization period would produce. I also think it's notable that these suggestions didn't garner support from the other parties. And I mention that because, again, it means we have a record that doesn't demonstrate there's any clear agreement on how to proceed forward with these issues. So absent that consensus, I'm not comfortable deviating from the commission's general practice, which would be to allow recovery of the remaining net plant balances over the estimated useful life prior to its early retirement. So again, Alt2 here. Sorry, Alt1 here, Commissioner Nieto.
Thanks, Chair Strand. I was in a similar position. I think overall, the lack of consensus on the record puts us in a little bit of a tougher spot. There were some good suggestions and some good discussion, but to your earlier point, some of those suggestions aren't options that are available under current statutes. I would say, we're balancing some competing objectives here. We're looking to create an environment in which long-term investments are supported, and we're looking to create an environment that protects consumers as well. And I do think that utilities need to be able to recover approved prudent investments. That's a big key to success in our state going forward. And I do think regulators and customers need to be ready to pay off the past on prudent assets, and that's fair. I struggled a little bit with this one because I think, I frankly would have liked to see a few more options, to your point, around maybe is there a way to levelize and extend and reduce some of those excess costs to customers that would come along with those options. Not finding any of that in this record. I'm going to be at Alt1 at this time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. It was very helpful. Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, thank you. I struggled too on this one, and I'm currently struggling on this one. The lack of consensus was certainly challenging. I didn't really find any support for extending the period and just adding costs overall, even though it'd be reduced in the near term. That wasn't something that was overly appealing to me. I was viewing this in the lens of the fact that we just approved or will approve, a couple $100 million of cost overruns on projects that we approved with totally different cost estimates. And so the applicant will be earning on all of those and is expected to be earning on a great deal more projects in the future as well. And so as part of the package, I was intrigued by Cub's alternative here. I get it is unprecedented. I think the scale of the value left on the book for this project is also unprecedented. And so I was at Alt3 here, recognizing that is a deviation from past practice. But, I'm flexible there, given that this is, one piece of the overall package. And so depending on some of the other items we'll be getting to and how they may impact cost to customers, I could certainly rethink that. But, so I'll stop there and see if there's any, discussion or anything else from my colleagues.
The only thing I would just say about Alt3 is that, again, it's unprecedented to not allow recovery on investments that were deemed prudent. So unfortunately, I cannot join you there, but I do appreciate your comments and share your concerns about all of the things that are being added into the revenue requirement. Thank you. Commissioner Nieto, anything else you'd like to add on this one?
Nothing else in specific, but I think to Commissioner Hawkins' point, as we go through the discussion, it may be something you want to circle back to or what have you.
Is that what you're going to raise?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Do you want to just put a pin in it here for your position to determine whether you'll join or dissent, depending on how the rest of the package shakes out? We can certainly circle back to this issue before you make your final decision.
That sounds great to me.
Okay. We'll come back to this one then.
Okay, I'm just gonna write that down too. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Cindy, by the way. Let's see. Issue 30A. Do you want to come back to this one too, Marcus, or should we just, sorry, Commissioner Hawkins, or do you just want to? I mean, I can say where I am, but. Thanks. So I'll just talk for a minute. So issue 30A asks if the commission authorizes recovery. So let's just come back to this one as well, because we haven't reached a decision on 30. Is that okay with everyone?
Sounds fine.
Okay,
Yep,
they're
sounds fine.
related. Thank you. Okay. 30Bs, we'll do that too. 30C, so these are all about the same units. So I think we'll just take all of the 30s and include the sub-issues of 30 and revisit as a package when we get back, if that's okay with you. Just because it flows, right? Like whatever we do cascades, I should say. Okay, so we'll come back to the 30 and the sub-issues in 30. Okay, issue 31 asks if the impact of the new EPA requirements for coal combustion residuals, or CCR, should be included in the revenue requirement. Here I'm at alternative 1, don't incorporate costs with the EPA CCR rule into the current proceeding and allow the applicants to request deferral once the costs are more certain if deferral criteria are met. So here, alt 1.
Alt 1.
Thank you.
Alt 1.
Thank you. Issue 32, appropriate amount of bad debt expense to be included in the applicant's 25 and 26 test year. Here I'm at alternative 1, which would be to approve it as requested by the applicants. On the record, just didn't demonstrate that it would be reasonable to reject or modify the bad debt expense. And I'm at alternative 1 then. Just a note that some of the bad debt expenses I discussed in my opening comments is attributed to the LIFT program, and we are going to further discuss that in later items. So here I'm at alt 1.
I'm at alt 1 on this one as well.
Alt 1 for me.
Thank you. Issue 32A asks about the appropriate accounting treatment for that bad debt escrow. Here I am at alternative 1. I support authorizing the escrow accounting treatment for bad debt over 2 years as proposed by the applicant, and this is consistent with our usual amortization period.
Alt 1, 2 years.
Thank you.
Alt 1 for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 33 asks if it's appropriate for the 25 and 26 test year revenue deficiencies for Webco steam operations to be levelized. Here I'm at alternative 1, which would be to allow them to be levelized, and that is consistent with past commission practice. So I'm at alt 1.
Alt 1 as well.
Thank you.
Same here.
Thank you. Issue 34 is uncontested, as is issue 35 and 36 and 37. We're moving right along. Issue 38 asks about appropriate accounting treatment for U.S. IRS revenue procedure 2023-15. Here I'm at alternative 1. To me, this one was basically uncontested. I do support authorizing the applicant to defer with carrying costs at the short-term debt rate any impacts of this IRS procedure. Commissioner Nieto?
Alt 1 as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Alt 1 for me too.
Thank you. Issue 39 asks about appropriate accounting treatment for loans or grants from other programs through the US DOE. Here I'm at alt 1, which would be to authorize the applicants to defer with carrying costs of the short-term debt rate the net impact of any loans or grant funds from other programs through DOE.
Alt 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alt 1.
Thank you. Issue 40 and 41 are uncontested, which brings us to issue 42. What is the appropriate 2025 conservation budget? Here I'm at alt 1, which would be to approve the applicant's conservation budget with commission staff's proposed adjustments to the focus contribution from electric operations. I support this conservation budget with staff's proposed adjustment and think this is reasonable for 25.
Same, alt 1.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm at alt 1 as well.
Thank you. Issue 43 asks about the proposed customer service conservation activities. Oh, sorry, issue 43 is uncontested, sorry. Okay, 44. What is the appropriate 2026 conservation budget? Here again, I'm at alternative 1, which would be to approve the applicant's budget with commission staff's proposed adjustment. Yeah, nothing else to add here. Commissioner Nijo?
Alt 1 here. Thanks.
Alt 1 for me.
Thank you. Issue 45 is uncontested, which brings us to issue 46, which asks if the commission should require applicants to file a depreciation study. So based on past commission practice, large IOUs had been completing depreciation studies every 5 years to update net book values and depreciation rates to reflect the current condition of older generation assets and to incorporate new generating assets recently put into service. Overall, this is a concept that I definitely support. So I would direct the applicant to file a depreciation study for the commission's approval. But I'm flexible on the time period. I felt alternative 2, which would be 5 years from the date of our last final decision, which would be January 26th or 2027, would be reasonable, but curious to hear where you guys are on this one.
I was similarly at Alt 1 or Alt 2. I think Alt 1 puts us on that 5-year schedule for the study to be produced, and Alt 2 extends it out just a little bit more. Open to hearing both of your thoughts.
Yeah, I was at Alt 2 on this one. I think 5 years from the final decision makes sense. So I think it lines up better and allows a little more flexibility.
Does that work for you?
That works for me as well.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Alt 2 on that one. Thank you. Issue 47 asks if the commission should establish a standard rounding methodology. I don't know why, but I've really dug into this one. I agree that a rounding methodology should be established, and it needs to happen at the outset of a rate case. So we are not moving goalposts mid-game. So I'm therefore at a slightly modified alternative 1 that would read, in future rate cases, require applicants and commission staff to calculate revenue deficiencies by consistently rounding to 4 decimal places for percentages when calculating revenue requirement deficiencies. So this rounding methodology would be established in the final order of this rate case and then will apply to future rate cases. So what that means is that the first filing in the next rate case has to utilize this rounding methodology, and then subsequent filings would as well. So that's my position on this one. Don't mean to feel so strongly about it, but Alt 1.
I have some opening remarks as well. I was at Alt 1 here. Thank you. Thanks.
I wasn't really joking.
I know. Sorry, Martin.
Fault the many math classes I've taken. I'm at a modified Alt 1, which is because the way it's written doesn't make any sense. And it says 4 decimal places, but then shows 2 in the example. So percentages written with 4 decimal places would be XX.XXXX%. And so it's correctly 4 decimal places when written as a number or a decimal representation of the percentage is 4 decimal places. And so I just want it to be clear that we're talking about 2 decimal places when written as a percentage, 4 when written as a number. And so that was my in the weeds on this.
Did you not hear my rule about not doing math on the fly?
Sorry.
No, I'm kidding.
I
That's
can't
super
help it.
helpful. I'd much rather have it be you than me.
Okay.
I think that makes sense. I think I can definitely join you there. Are you okay with like the in future rate cases clause?
Yes, that part I
Okay,
wasn't
great.
even thinking about, so I really appreciated that.
This is our complementary skill set.
That's right, that's
Thank
right.
you. Commissioner Nietzsche, are you comfortable with Commissioner Hawkins?
I can be on board with both of these. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Do you have what you need on that one? Okay.
We'll specify the decimal number places.
With X's, maybe? I'm glad we both dug into that one. I don't know what that says, but, all right. Issue 48 asks what the commission's preferred presentation of revenue deficiency in the second year of the 2-year test year is. Here I was at alternative 1 because it creates consistency and results in an improvement to the current approach, which can result in situations where we do not have apples to apples comparisons to review, which happened in this case specifically. In my head, I call this the compound issue. You can see how it plays out in the revenue allocation tables in this case. There are different sets of numbers presented, which is confusing to me and doesn't provide direct comparisons for the purposes of our decision-making. I think that requiring this presentation is the right thing to do because it means the second year of the 2-year test year information is presented with actual presently authorized rates that exist in reality and not by aspirational rates that have not yet been authorized. So for those reasons, I'm at alternative 1.
I was at Alt 1 for the same reasons.
Thank you.
And I am at Alt 1 as well, and I think this will really help minimize confusion and risk for errors. And so coming in and reviewing these tables for the first time, that was something that took a little more time than I think it needed to, and I'm really optimistic that this Alt 1 will help solidify that.
Great. Thank you. Issue 49 is uncontested. Our fuel issues start at issue 50. Issue 50 is also uncontested. Issue 51 asks if monitored fuel costs should be adjusted to reflect commission staff's electric sales adjustment. Here I was at alternative 1, and that's consistent with my earlier determination on electric sales.
Same, all one here.
Thank you.
Same for me.
Thank you. Issue 2 asks if the commission should accept staff's proposed adjustments to the forced outage rate for the West Riverside units. Here I was at alternative 1, consistent with my prior decisions, which is noted in the sewer rebuttal testimony of our staff witness, Mike Ritzema. Alternative 1, I just didn't see enough evidence to compel me to deviate from our past practice. Commissioner Nieto?
I am at alt 1 as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm at alt 1. I did dig into this one. I did believe that the applicant's desire for using historical is generally how I think about things as well, but staff's rebuttal on that was really clear that there's some unique circumstances with this being a newer unit and limited data, and so for those reasons, I was at alt 1 as well.
Okay, thank you. Issue 53 and 54 and 55 and 56 are uncontested. So that brings us to our finance issues portion of the decision matrix. Is everyone good, or does anyone want to take a break before we get into finance? Good? Okay, great. So I'm going to make some opening remarks about finance issues as well, and then we'll get into each issue. So we're in the finance issues of this rate case. As we've all talked about, the data and information provided in the record is quite robust here, and I would commend the applicant, staff, and parties for their work on these issues. When making these finance-related decisions, I like to take a broad approach that considers return on equity, capital structure, and an earnings sharing mechanism, while seeking to strike a reasonable balance between customers, the company, and its shareholders. The record here includes a wide range of options as to the appropriate financial structure for both WEBCO and Wisconsin Gas in the coming years. Because this is a fully litigated rate case, it's no surprise that the finance issues in the record did not result in an outcome widely supported by various participants in this proceeding. Rather, the record here includes a relatively wide range of options for the commission to consider. As an overview, issue 57 and sub-issues A through I relate to the appropriate capital structure for WEBCO and Wisconsin Gas. Issue 58 and sub-issues A and B relate to a return on equity. Issue 61 and sub-issues A and B relate to the earnings sharing mechanism, or ESM. Beginning with ESM, I was encouraged to see this issue was not widely contested. Reflecting back on my prior rate case decisions from 2023, I did note that an ESM is an appropriate tool for the commission to use because it helps strike the balance between customers, the company, and its shareholders, and I definitely support an extension of the applicant's existing ESM through the test years. Regarding capital structure, the applicant argued that its proposed 50 basis point increase to the equity layer is justified as it falls within a reasonable range and will facilitate its need to generate funds for utility investments. When considering recommendations to alter capital structure, I'm looking for persuasive evidence that a change is necessary. Here, I was not persuaded by the applicant and didn't find evidence demonstrating that the applicant's current equity layer is no longer appropriate, and therefore I support maintaining the current equity layer of 53%. Regarding staff's suggestion of an imputed financial capital structure change, here too I would need to be convinced by record evidence that a change is necessary. There was not sufficient evidence in the record for me to support such an imputation, and it was unclear how such an imputation would impact the credit metrics and risk profile of the applicant. A similar issue was raised in the prior WEBCO rate proceeding, and the commission did not authorize an imputation there either. That brings us to the issue of ROE. This was a difficult decision for me, and I spent a lot of time reviewing the plethora of information in the record and ruminating on various options here. Both WEBCO and Wisconsin Gas currently have an authorized ROE of 9.8 and requested to increase their ROEs to 10 in this proceeding. A great deal of testimony and exhibits were presented to support that request. And although a number of parties commented on the issue of ROE, CUB and commission staff performed significant analyses and suggested that a reduction of the currently authorized ROEs could be appropriate. In arriving at an ROE decision, I took in the totality of the finance issues record and decisions made in this case today related to the revenue requirement. And as usual, I placed emphasis on the important practice of gradualism and attempted to reach a balanced and reasonable determination. Here, the record did not demonstrate that an increase to the currently authorized ROE is necessary, but it also did not clearly demonstrate that reductions are necessary. Therefore, given my positions on ESM and capital structure, and in the spirit of gradualism, I'm comfortable continuing at the currently authorized ROE of 9.8 here, because it represents a gradual, reasonable, and appropriate ROE, and because I did not find compelling evidence in the record necessitating a change at this time. I do want to give my colleagues the opportunity to share their views on the finance topics in general, and then we will walk through each finance issue, 57 through 61B, in the decision matrix. Commissioner Nieto.
Thanks, Chair Strand. I was generally in a very similar position, maintaining the equity layer and maintaining the ROE at current levels and not moving to the imputed capital structure at this time on issue 57B here. And overall, for really similar reasons that you're discussing, there robust analysis all around, and I think those points of where we're at currently fall within the ranges of what we're seeing, but again, a lot of differing analysis and not a clear consensus point either.
Thank you. Commissioner
Thanks.
Hawkins.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm at a similar place. I think the analysis on the ROE was all very helpful to dig into, and I'm at a similar place that it doesn't seem that an increase is justified, and given the ranges that we saw in all the analysis, that a decrease is also not justified at this time. I was intrigued by the equity layer and the analysis provided there, both by the applicants and by staff. And as the chair noted, there was, not a clear indication of the potential impact to credit rating. And so the analysis by staff that showed overall there would be benefits even if there was an impact to credit rating to the tune of, hundreds of millions of dollars over a couple decades, I thought was worth looking into as a tool for us in the overall package. And so there was alternatives for how we could consider changing that equity layer and imputing that capital structure there, and a range of options are available, I think, and that approach would yield some benefits, I think, to consumers. So I'm interested in discussing that item. And on the earnings sharing mechanism, agree it's a great thing to have in place, and I would like us to consider how we think of that when we're scrutinizing some of the other applicants' requests for uncertain, items in future in the test years, knowing we have this earnings sharing mechanism. So just what type of flexibility that allows us, just so that we can fully benefit from the convenience and the upside of having the future test year. And so I think the earnings sharing mechanism is a critical piece of that. So I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Okay. We will walk through each of these specifically so we can register our decisions on those. I will just say that most of my introduction comments to this section are why I am where I am, but we'll try not to belabor those points. So 57 asks about the appropriate capital structure for Webco and Wisconsin Gas in 25 and 26. And the decisions made on the sub-issues listed below do determine the appropriate capital structure. Issue 57A is uncontested. And issue 57B, I am at do not compute alternative 3. As I mentioned in my remarks, I just didn't see enough evidence in the record to compel me to authorize an imputed capital structure. And again, I just didn't get a full picture or idea of kind of what the impacts of that would be to various aspects of the applicant's business models and finances. So I'm not interested in making these changes to the capital structure, and I'm at alternative 3 on this one. Commissioner Nieto?
I'm at alt 3 on this one.
Thank you.
And yeah, as I indicated, I was at alt 2 and hopeful to try to find an imputed financial capital structure that minimized the risk to the applicant's credit rating. I think to the chair's point, we'll never know what's going to be considered and make an impact. So I don't know what evidence we'll ever be able to get in a record as far as what could happen. We did have a pretty robust back and forth of some analysis showing what might happen and how that would impact consumers, and it was all beneficial. And so I was at a place where we could find a way to impute this capital structure that goes back, it really returns to how the structure was just 2 rate cases ago. This is a new development that happened in the last rate case with a $20 million impact to consumers without changing anything, except for how one rating agency viewed a contract that the applicant has. So in order to sort of offset that impact to customers, I do think there's a way to find a win-win here, and be constructive and making sure that we have a good balance here between impact to customers and a way to support the applicant's credit. And so I think there is wiggle room here, and so I was at Alt 2, not necessarily imputing the capital structure that was recommended by staff, but I think there's, which I believe would have been a $15 million reduction. I think there's a path through the middle there. And so that's where I was on whatever number this one is.
57.
57B, yeah.
Yep.
So Commissioner, I can note your dissent on that issue? Or do you want to come back to it after you see the?
Yeah,
whole
I think this
package?
is another one of those items
Sure,
where it was kind of
sure.
critical for me to think about this one in context.
Thank you for your comments on that. I'll just say, as I mentioned, that this was looked at in the last rate case as well, and no imputed capital structure was implemented. And I also appreciate your comments about what that evidence would look like in the record. I'll just say, for me, we have to be mindful of reasoning for the way that it's currently structured, and that if we're going to depart from that, we really do need clear evidence that gets to the core of the underlying issue. So one of the things that was relied upon here is just bringing this utility into alignment with other utilities, and to me, that's not clear evidence that gets at the core of the underlying issue. So I'm not saying I know what that would be, but very firm in my position on alternative 3 here. So we can move on. Thank you. 57C asks about the appropriate common equity ratio target for WEPCO's financial capital structure. Here I was at alternative 2. I think it's reasonable to keep it where it is. As I said earlier, I didn't see compelling evidence demonstrating that the 50 basis point increase requested by the applicant was necessary to finance their capital needs. So I'm comfortable at alternative 2 on this one. Commissioner Nieto.
The same, I was at Alt 2 here and didn't find reason for the increase.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Same for me, I was at Alt 2 here.
Thank you. 57D, reasonable financial capital structure for WEPCO in this rate case. Here I was also at alternative 2, which is consistent with my decisions in 57B and C. Yep, that's pretty much all I have to say about that one. Commissioner Nieto.
Alt 2, thanks.
Thank you.
Alt 2 for me as well.
Thank you. 57E asks about a reasonable regulatory capital structure for WEPCO. Here I'm at L2. Again, nothing really else to add. I'm not proposing changes to the equity layer, and I support maintaining the current structure. So, L2.
Alt 2 for me as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Alt 2 for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 57F is uncontested. Issue 57G asks about the common equity ratio target for Wisconsin Gas. So to be consistent with our WEPCO decisions, I'm at alternative 2 here, which would be to maintain the 53% equity layer for Wisconsin Gas.
Alt 2,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Alt 2.
Thank you. 57H, same. My decision in 57G puts me at alternative 2 here.
Alt 2,
Thank you.
Alt 2.
Thank you. 57I, again, my decision on the Wisconsin gas cap structure puts me at alternative 2 here.
Alt 2,
Thank you.
Alt 2.
Thank you. Now getting to issue 58 which asks about appropriate cost of capital. There are some sub-issues here, so we'll walk through those. 58A asks about a reasonable ROE for WEPCO in the test years. So because of my position that I stated in my comments, I would be at an alternative 4 and set the rate of return at 9.8%, which represents no change.
I was at the same alt, no change.
Thank you.
Same for me.
Thank you. Issue 58B asks about a reasonable ROE for Wisconsin Gas in the test years. Again, reasons stated earlier in my position for WEPCO, I'm at Alt 4 here, which would be to set the rate of return at 9.8 for Wisconsin Gas.
Same.
Thank you.
Alt 4, thanks.
Same for me.
Thank you. Okay, a little bit of a discussion that I would like to make on 58C. So 58C is asking about the reasonable interest rate for WEBCO's 25 and 26 short-term borrowing. So as we saw in the issue scope from 57, short-term debt does make up a very small portion of the overall capital structure. And as such, our decision here won't have a material impact on the revenue requirement. But with that being said, in arriving at my decision, I looked at the forecasted rates that were included in staff's exhibit and compared them against the rates offered by the applicant. And the rates offered by the applicant actually more closely aligned with prior referenced forecasts. So I'm at alternative 2 on this one, which would be supporting the applicant's proposed short-term interest rate. I also want to say that the 4.88 and 4.27 in the applicant, or in alternative 2, are all more consistent and generally consistent with the rates that we used, that we'll see in the pub service case next, and also what we looked at with Superior last week. So I do think it's reasonable here for us to be consistent on forecasted debt. And I just didn't, the exhibits that display the forecasted debt rate of 4.37, I think alternative 2 better aligns with that. So I'm at alternative 2 on this one.
I was similarly looking, as I looked in to both of these, I think you make good points on Alt 2. I was initially at Alt 1, but I'm open on this.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
I'm fine with Alt 2 on this one.
Okay, thank you. Again, not a huge deal in terms of material impact, but I do think it's important to try to be consistent where possible, especially if we're saying we're using similar forecasting methodologies. On 58D, we are asked about reasonable interest rate for short-term borrowing. Here, I'm at alternative 1 because consistent with 58C, the applicant's short-term rates, I think, are reasonable.
Yep, I'm at Alt 1 here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Alt 1 for me as well here.
Thank you. 58E asks about long-term borrowing interest rates for 25 and 26. Here I'm at alternative 2. I think that there may have been some confusion as to how commission staff developed its suggested long-term borrowing costs. So as noted by the applicant, there was a suggestion that the commission could take into consideration the Federal Reserve's recent interest rate and decrease announcement, but that's not an actual component that's included in staff suggested rates that were used for the purpose of setting staff's proposed revenue requirement, nor did that really factor into my decision here. So I will just say that in Schedule 6 of Exhibit 1 of our staff analysis, it's consistent with the analysis provided in prior rate cases, and it represents a reasonable approximation of the test year debt rates. So I think that the staff's proposed long-term rates are reasonable here. We didn't really have the same discrepancies here that we did in short-term. So for those reasons, I'm at alternative 2 on this one.
And I'm at Alt 2 on this one, too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I was at Alt 2 as well. I think there was some noting of the potential Fed decrease, but that should be captured in the forecast that staff typically use. And so I think using Alt 2 avoids double dependence on a future uncertainty. So yeah, that's why I'm at Alt 2.
Thank you. 58F asks about reasonable interest rate for Wisconsin Gas's long-term borrowing. Here I'm at alternative 2, consistent with my prior decision.
Same, Alt 2.
Thank you.
Same.
Thank you. 59 and 59A relate to recovering costs attributed to embedded financing of long-term debt in test years and whether or not WEBCO should be allowed to recover costs attributed to embedded financing of long-term debt in test years when those costs are not incurred. So a little bit of discussion here. As noted in the record and the issue scope, in reviewing WEBCO's debt issuances in the last 3 rate proceedings, Commission staff found one instance where WEBCO did not issue debt as forecasted and approved by the Commission. Yet WEBCO did collect funds from ratepayers via the weighted average cost of capital in the revenue requirement for that debt, but did not incur any forecasted embedded financing costs. Therefore, staff proposed this new order condition requiring WEBCO to defer the incremental revenue requirement impact of any forecasted costs associated with issuance of long-term debt that are not issued in the forecasted test years to be returned to customers in its next rate proceeding, including carrying costs at the short-term cost of debt rate. Staff also noted that because this is a new order condition, a reasonable first step could be to require additional supporting information from the applicants, Commission staff, and interveners regarding this proposal. I do like this suggestion, which is alternative 3, because it ensures that we take our time to more fully consider potential implications of this deferral, and it creates a potential opportunity for compromise among parties on this. I also think the fact that it was just one time over the last 3 cases that we looked at doesn't really show that it's a pattern of problematic behavior. So I'm at Alt 3, but curious to hear what you guys have to say on this one.
On this one, I was supportive of the suggestion. I was at Alt 2, which would include the carrying costs at the weighted average cost of capital.
Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at Alt 3 on this one, or Alt 4. I think it would be a good first step to do Alt 3. I wasn't sure that I fully understood this issue and how it trickles through everything, given what we had in the record. And so I think Alt 3 would be a good step for me to understand. I have some concerns about the unintended consequences, and so I think Alt 3 would be where I'm at.
Okay. Yep, I share those concerns and think, let's walk and then maybe run. Okay.
I can join you both on that.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thank you. Issue 59B asks about the recovery of costs attributed to embedded financing of long-term debt for Wisconsin Gas. So it's consistent with my decision in 59A. I'm just at alternative 3 for this one as well.
I'll join you both at Alt 3, assuming that's where you're headed as well, Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, sorry, I almost jumped there.
I'll pre-join you.
Yes.
Thank you. Issues 60 and 60A are both uncontested, as is 60B. Issues 61 and 61A are about the earnings sharing mechanism. Here I'm at alternative 1, so continue the ESM that was authorized in docket 5 UR 110. As I said earlier, I do think that this ESM offers a reasonable balance for sharing revenues with customers should the utility earn beyond its ROE. So again, I'm going to stay at Alt 1 for this one.
On this one, I was at Alt 2. I thought the modification suggested was reasonable. Thanks.
I was originally at Alt 1, but given how this package is seemingly coming together, I would be at Alt 2 for this one, and thinks that's, more protective of ratepayers. So, I'll be at Alt 2 on this one.
So I'll just say about Alt 2 that the suggested modification does offer a kind of a novel way to account for possible excess revenues when a certain customer takes service under the CP1 tariff, but I definitely prefer to stay at the ESM and leave it unaltered because we can address possible concerns with excess revenues as a result of the new customer taking service under CP1 if and when the issue arises. We don't know that it's actually done that. So I'm going to stay at 1, but appreciate and understand that you guys are at alternative 2 if you want to stay there.
Thank you. I would stay there, and I thank you for raising that. I would note that my selection of Alt 2 wasn't necessarily tied to the rate for the new customer. It was overall a reasonable proposal in light of the totality of everything we have before us today. So thanks for raising that.
And same goes for me. The past numbers that were included in the analysis as far as the returning or the earning above authorized was what was instructed for me, not the new customer. So that I will be staying at Alt 2.
Okay, I'll just not from that one. Thank you. All right, issue 61B is uncontested. And usually this is the time when we take a break for some staff calculations because we are now done with revenue requirement and finance issues. Is everyone prepared to take a break now? Do you want to go back?
In order to
Yeah,
get the
sorry,
answers
yes.
so we can do what we do.
Yes.
If, not to put you on the
No, no, no.
spot, Commissioner Hawkins.
30. You're
but
up.
if you are prepared, we have to go back to issues 30 and
sub-issues.
issues 57 B for you.
Can we do a brief break?
You sure
I feel like people are okay with that.
Yeah, what, how
Yeah,
long
so we
would
can
you like?
break for however long you want right now.
Till 12:30. My clock on my wrist has not been
So we'll
falling
do a
back.
15-minute break. We'll come back, do 30 in its sub-issues, 57B, and then we'll break so staff can calculate the revenue requirement adjustments.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and I would anticipate that next
Second break,
break will
yep.
probably be an hour.
Great.
Just for planning purposes.
Okay, sounds good. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we are back. We are going to revisit issue 30 and its sub-issues, and then circle back to 57B. And once we're done with those, we will take our regularly scheduled break in order for staff to crunch some numbers before we get into rate design issues. So I'm just going to restate my position on issue 30, walk through my positions on the related sub-issues, turn it over to Commissioner Nieto to do the same, go to Commissioner Hawkins to do the same, and then wrap 30 up, 30 and the sub-issues up, and then we'll go on to 57B, if that sounds good for everyone. Okay, so as a reminder, issue 30 asks about the appropriate accounting treatment for the Oak Creek Power Plant unit scheduled for retirement. So I am at alternative 1 on this one for the reasons I stated earlier. On issue 30A, it asks if the commission authorizes recovery of the undepreciated balance. Should carrying costs be applied, and at what rate? So for that one, I was at alternative 1, which would be to authorize carrying costs on the undepreciated balance at the authorized weighted average cost of capital, as proposed by the applicants. So that is consistent with my decision in issue 30. For 30B, the reasonable recovery period for Oak Creek Units 7 and 8, I'm at alternative 1, 17 years as proposed by the applicants. That's also consistent with my decision in issue 30. For issue 30C, is it reasonable to require deferral accounting to capture the differences between the estimated and actual revenue requirement impacts associated with 7 and 8? On issue 3, so on this one, I was also at alternative 1. I would require WEBCO to defer the difference between the estimated and actual revenue requirement impact associated with the retirement of those two units. And I just want to note that staff, the applicant, and WEG are supportive of that position. So those are the sub-issues for 30 that need to be discussed and decided on. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Nieto to state her positions on those issues as well.
Thanks, Chair Strand. I am still where I was at initially on those issues, which is in the same positions that you just articulated, and interested in hearing further discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you both. I will be joining you in your position. I just wanted to, express that because we didn't have agreement amongst the parties, I thought this would be a critical place where we could have some good back and forth and consider, potential movement here. And I just want to reiterate what I said earlier was that I do believe that following past practice is important within reason, and I think we have some circumstances that are significantly different. And I cited earlier, just the order of magnitude of this expense is drastically different than how we've treated these types of expenses in the past. And so, I'll leave it there, but I'll join the alternatives that the chair outlined in light of the fact that this is how we treat these expenses historically. But like I said, I don't think that should always be followed without understanding the circumstances completely.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Hawkins, for providing your additional perspective on that. We appreciate it. I think we should be good then on 30 and the sub-issues, if everyone has what they need. Okay. Let's move then to our last outstanding issue of this section. It's 57B, which is on page 135. Well, not 135 of my decision matrix, not the same. And this is about our capital structure, I believe. Okay, 57B asks about imputing capital structure, or an imputed capital structure. Again, I was at alternative 3 on this one for the reasons I stated in my opening finance comments and my comments on this issue. Commissioner Nieto?
I was at the same spot on this one.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
And I'm going to dissent on this one, and I'll follow up. But what I stated earlier was there was a good amount of analysis and discussion in the record on this, and I think in trying to find a just and reasonable overall package, while there was some uncertainty in what the consequences of a decision in this one would be, acknowledging even by the applicant that we wouldn't know if there was any sort of impact to credit rating in a downward direction at all. And so the analysis by staff that showed that there would be an overall net positive benefit even if the worst case thing happened was convincing to me. And so, yeah, and I'll explain that further in my dissent, but that's where I'm landing on this one.
Okay, thank you for your additional perspective on that one as well. We,
145?
sure, so we usually take a regularly scheduled break after the finance issues prior to us taking up the rate design issues. So we're gonna do that and allow people to crunch some numbers and take a break. We will be back around 1:30. Is that right?
145.
1:45, sorry, to finish the rest of WEPCO. So thank you. Okay, we are back. We're going to restart our meeting after our math break. I'm going to turn it over to our general counsel to just touch on a few housekeeping items, and then we will start back up with electric rate issues, issue 62.
Great, thank you, Chairperson. While on break, staff has gone through and provided sort of estimated impacts to the revenue requirement based upon your decision, and just wanted to clarify a couple of items. On issue 7, which was association dues, just in the interest of time and the de minimis amount, any further adjustment to account for those 4 entities that were not given a percentage, was not included. It's a de minimis amount, if any, so that wasn't included in the adjustments we provided you. You had asked to know the impacts of your decision on issue 14, where you made some changes there. And so the total company impacts approximately $3.2 million for Webco. For 2025, for Wisconsin Gas, approximately 662. Again, this is just issue 14. And then for 2026, there was also an impact for Wisconsin Gas of about 705,000. So those have been incorporated in the what we've provided you. And then the last housekeeping matter, again, for just clarification, issues 26 and 27 on the cost overruns. Just confirming the commission's intent there, consistent with its decision in 5 UR 110. You indicated that there would be a deferral on the on the cost overruns with no carrying costs. So we interpret that as staff, again, consistent with your prior decision for this utility, to mean that it's just a deferral for the cost overruns and does not include any return on or of those overruns. And that was all the clarification staff had. I don't know if any of the commissioners have anything further on revenue requirement.
No, very helpful, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are now on issue 62, which is the Webco electric cost of service. Here I was at alternative 2, which is to not adopt a specific cost of service study model and to rely on the multiple models for revenue allocation and rate design. This is consistent with past commission practice, and I definitely support relying on the multiple models to help us establish a revenue allocation and rate design. Commissioner Nato?
Alt 2 for me as well.
Thank you.
All 2 for me.
Thank you. Issue 63, which cost of service studies or studies should the commission consider when allocating revenue for 2026? Here, consistent with past practice, I do rely on the multiple models, and I'm at alternative 2 again.
Alt 2.
Thank you.
All 2 for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 64 asks about Webco's proposed changes to the customer classes in the electric cost of service studies. Here I'm at alternative 1, which would be to authorize their proposed changes. I didn't have any glaring concerns with them, and I'm comfortable with alternative 1.
Same here. I was at Alt 1.
Alt 1 as well.
Thank you. 65, appropriate electric revenue allocation for the 2025 test year. Here I am at alternative 2 because the cost of service studies, just in general, it's not an exact science, and we do have a range of reasonable results to consider. I think it's important to take a more measured approach to class level revenue assignments. Usually when I look at this stuff, I'm on the lookout for allocations that follow the general directionality of the range of the multiple cost of service study results, and that ones that offer a more gradual assignment of those costs. So my take here is that the commission staff and WEAG offered revenue allocations that meet much of the criteria I just described, and I very much appreciated their contributions to the record on this. Ultimately, I just found that the commission staff's allocation for 2025 is reasonable because it most closely aligns with my stated desire for stability in consideration of the overall rate increase and the cost of service study results. So, Alt 2 for this one.
I was at Alt 2 as well for similar reasons. Thanks.
I was at Alt 2 as well, and I just want to thank the parties that provided a lot of discussion of the different cost models, and I learned a lot from what was provided there from all the parties who were explaining their positions on their differences between the models, so that was really useful to me.
Oh, good. Thank you. Issue 66 asks about the appropriate electric revenue allocation for the 2026 test year. I did give the 2026 revenue allocation options here a lot of thought, and I recognize that there are several reasonable ways to allocate costs, but ultimately consistent with my position on issue 65, In consideration of the cost of service study results and the principles of gradualism, I found that staff's proposed revenue allocation for 2026 is reasonable and continues to strike an appropriate balance. So for this one, I'm at alternative 2.
Alt 2 as well.
Thank you.
Same for me.
Thank you. Issue 67 asks about the appropriate overall electric rate design for the 2025 test year. Here I was at alternative 2, and it's consistent with our decisions regarding revenue allocation.
Alt 2 as well.
Thank you.
All 2 for me.
Thank you. 68, electric rate design for 2026. I was at alternative 2 on this one as well, and this is consistent with our decisions.
Alt 2.
2.
Thank you. 69, appropriate electric rate design for Webco CG3 customer class. Here I was at alternative 4, which is to approve the rate design for CG3 as proposed by staff. Ultimately, I believe the testimony submitted by the applicant is reasonable, and it aligns well with our overall message of gradualism. I think large moves in demand rates can have positive effects on higher load factors, have higher load factor customers, but may present negative implications on lower load factor customers. As such, I do support the more gradual move that's consistent with the rate design that was proposed by commission staff. So for those reasons, I was at alternative 4 here.
Thanks. I was at Alt 4, and as a second option, I was okay with Alt 1 as well.
Same, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hawkins?
I'm in the same place. I really appreciated the applicant expressing their concerns about intra-class shifts and being gradual in how this change within the class is applied. So I can join you at Alt 4 and agree that they're both kind of heading in the same direction. So I'm fine with Alt 4.
Thank you. Issue 70, I do have a few comments here. So this issue deals with the CP1 high load factor credit. So this was a new rate that was authorized in the previous rate case, so 5 UR 110. And the final decision there stated that, quote, the applicants and WIG proposed that the high load factor credit be phased in starting at the conclusion of this proceeding and fully phasing in after the conclusion of the next rate case proceeding for the applicants, this one. This phase-in process would then allow the applicants and WIG to verify there are no unintended results of this credit and gives the commission an opportunity to review the credit before the full value is applied to applicable customers, unquote. So as stated, the commission appears to have indicated at the time that it wanted to analyze the results of the phase-in. The robust analysis sought here has not been offered. Rather, I felt that the record showed a limited analysis, and that also presented to us that the high load factor credit for the full cost-based amount would require collecting approximately $7.6 million of revenue from other customers in the class. In general, I do support sending appropriate price signals, and it's possible that this high load factor credit can do that, but based on the language of the decision in 5 UR 110, I don't feel that the robust analysis requested there was provided in this record. So in light of this, my preference here is to direct the applicant to conduct the robust analysis now and present it to us as part of the next rate case for our consideration. So that would put me at alternative 3. And it's, again, specifically, I would require Webco to conduct analysis of the phase-in process to verify that there are no unintended results of the credit, and then present the analysis, including its results, in our next rate case. So this would give us the opportunity to review the credit before the full value is applied to the applicable customers. Open to some other things here, but alternative 3 is where I ended up. Commissioner Nieto?
Thanks. I was at Alt 1 and looking to phase this credit in 2 stages over the 2 test years. But I support more information where you're going. I was getting at a similar concern about the unintended consequences.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I was at Alt 3 and thinking that we would be defining what an intermediate step would look like. And so whether or not that comes from analysis and is decided in the future, I'm open to that. So I can join you, but I just want to clarify that the chair was recommending that it would be analysis provided, and then we review that in the next rate case for whether or not to go to any incremental increase or the full implementation. Is that right?
I think we would just want that opportunity to review it before the full value is applied. So based on, I think the decision about that would be based on the results of that analysis review, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, and so I don't know if Commissioner Nato, you were thinking that some incremental step would happen in 2025 that would be then part of that review, and I'm just trying to understand if there's like a important step that we look at consequences of an intermediate change.
So I was initially thinking of not doing a review and just phasing it in over the 2 years, so 2025 and then 2026, a two-stage phase-in. But if you two are at just pressing pause and reviewing first, I'm okay with that, or?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll join the chair there at alt 3.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to issue 71, regarding the appropriate rate design for Webco's CP1 customer class. Given the expressed concerns over how the full demand rate adjustment could negatively impact low load factor customers, and in consideration of my concerns relating to the high load factor credit, and the absence of a more complete analysis of how these changes may impact other customers, I do prefer the more gradual approach here as well, and found that that was what was included in staff's rate design. So here I was at alternative 4, approve the rate design for CP1 as modified by the commission. No, I'm at 3. 3, staff. Thank you.
I was at 3 as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Sorry about that. Commissioner
3 here.
Hawkins? Perfect, thank you. In 72, we were asked about Webco's proposed credit mechanism for changes to the CP1 tariff in regards to the sewage wastewater treatment facilities. And here I didn't find any disagreement over this modification and was comfortable with alternative 1.
I'm at alt 1 for this one.
Alt 1 here as well.
Thank you. Okay, issue 73 begins our discussion of Webco's new bring your own device proposal. So I'm going to make a couple comments here and then walk through the sub-issues. So items 73A through D cover the applicant's proposed BYOD program. Again, I'm going to walk through my positions on the sub-issues and then turn it over to my colleagues so we can hear from them. So I want to first note that Webco's proposed BYOD program is very similar to the commission-approved MG&E BYOD program. And given this, I'm confident that the program can be successfully implemented. But because this is a new program for the applicant, I would like to take a measured approach and not move too fast as we kind of work through the different aspects of the pilot program. So I understand that a few of the parties who participated in this were seeking an increased enrollment cap and modifications that would expand the overall program offerings. And I do think at the same time, our staff raised some good questions and rightfully developed proposed order conditions that will provide greater transparency around this new program. So in consideration of the record, with the addition of reporting requirements identified by staff that are listed in this issue scope, so this is specifically 73A, about detail to support the pilot program. I think we have the reporting requirements listed in the issue scope. I have one slight modification to those that I will walk through in a second, but I feel that there is sufficient information to approve this program, which would put me at alternative 2 for 73A. Specifically, I would include in the reporting requirements identified in the issue scope, there is the last item there, which currently reads, require Webco to complete a statistical evaluation on the effectiveness of the BYOD program within 18 months of the implementation date, and provide those results to the commission within 24 months of the implementation date. To that requirement, I would add another sentence that reads, as an extension of this evaluation, report on collaboration efforts with third parties on possible modifications and/or additions to the BYOD program. Here, this modification is intended to address a few of the subsequent BYOD sub-issues that we're going to discuss, where other participating parties had some creative ideas or modifications that they were bringing to the table on this one, and I just want to make sure that those things are being considered and discussed among the different groups as the pilot kind of moves forward. So again, for 73A, I was at alternative 2 with that slight modification. 73B specifically asks about the proposed participation limit of 7,000 devices. While this is not a new concept, this BYOD program would still be new, and I would prefer to take a more conservative approach on the participation limits at the earliest stages. So I would be at alt 1, but can be flexible on the numbers here when we get to the others. On 73C, the implementation date, this is one that I feel pretty strongly about. I think based on the record, this implementation date is really important to the applicant in terms of the feasibility. I don't feel like I'm in a position to say that they can or cannot implement it by a specific date. I think an earlier program rollout could be preferable to some, but given what we have before us in the record, I don't think that the applicant can feasibly meet an earlier implementation date than its requested January 1st, 2026 date. So for those reasons, I was at alternative 1, which is the January 1st, 2026 implementation date for this program. And then in 73D, we were asked if the commission should order the applicants to add a customer battery storage option to the proposed BYOD program. On this item, I was at alternative 2, because I think it makes sense to begin the pilot with smart thermostats as applied. And that it's, as we continue to kind of implement the program and the program matures, that it could be very reasonable to consider adding additional technologies, including batteries in the future. But I do think the modification that I noted to reporting requirements in 73A could address this by requiring that collaboration to modify the program as it grows. So we are encouraging the exploration of things like battery storage through that language. So for that reason, I was at alternative 2 here, which would be don't order the applicant to add customer battery storage option to the proposed BYOD program. So those are my positions on the BYOD program and sub-issues. So now we'll go back to 73A and have Commissioner Nieto discuss her issues or her positions on these programs, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Hawkins.
Sounds great. Thanks, Chair Strand. I was at a fairly similar position on these. On 73A, I'll join you on your suggestion on the collaboration. I thought collaboration was, collaboration going forward, a pretty important piece. I know there was some collaboration in the past, and some additional collaboration going forward appears that it would be beneficial. I would also add to that same requirement, so you were looking at the statistical evaluation requirement and adding on collaboration to that. I would also add that at that 18 and 24-month point, the applicant report on Renew's suggested costs, participation, and savings at that point, and continue to report on those things. I was fine with the proposed participation limit to start the program, but open to hearing both of your thoughts on that. And I was okay with the proposed implementation date by the applicant. That seemed like a reasonable timeline to implement something like this. And similarly, I would not order adding the battery storage option the way, at least the way that it's phrased, but I would require that additional collaboration and discussions of expansion and other technologies.
Okay, thank you. I would absolutely join you with the additional modification to the reporting requirements.
That reporting.
Yep, so
Thanks.
thank you for that offering. Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you both. As a fully participating MG&E Rush Hour Rewards member, I was very excited to stumble into this late in the decision matrix. So I'm fine with both of your reporting requirements. I thought those made sense. I had 2 additional ones, and just to start, I am for 73A at Alt 2 as well. I thought that it would be important. There's some really good direction on asking the applicant how the vendor was selected and getting reporting on that. And I think to support what the chair was mentioning about continuing the conversation on storage and other technologies, that we could have the applicant report on what other technologies the vendor can support in the future, and just make sure that that's being considered on the front end, so that the reporting at the 18 and 24 months isn't just saying it's impossible. And so I think that'll be important to do on the front end. And then similarly, getting insight from the applicant on how this program fits within the overall approach to FERC Order 2222 and aggregation of other distributed technologies as well. So that would just be something to keep that conversation going, see how that was evaluated before the program kicks off. So I had 2 additions, and I support what you both added there to the statistical evaluation. On B, I was not okay with limiting to 7,000 at the outset. I think given the amount of load growth that we're expecting and the fact that this is a mature program in other territories, and the fact that there will just be a natural uptake rate, that there won't just be a rush of participants that need to be batted away. I think it'll be it's fine to go with a higher cap at the front end and take as much as the program can get, and that also just improves the overall cost effectiveness. And I think Vote Solar's argument on that was really effective. And so, the more participants, the administrative costs get spread over. So I thought that was a good reason to support Alt 2 for 73B. For 73C, I was also fine with the implementation date. I thought that the applicant laid out a really good timeline. It made sense, and we wouldn't be able to require anything sooner than that. And then 73D, same place, alternative 2, do not order a battery storage option at this point. And then the reporting requirements that I mentioned earlier. One other item I found now just on this page I didn't have listed earlier, lack of organization, I apologize, would be to also request information on if the vendor could support a gas DR program. If we're working with electric thermostats and only focused on the summer, I get that at this point, but looking out into the future, understanding if the applicant could also, or the vendor could also handle that. So one other item to inquire about.
Thank you. I am supportive of your additional reporting requirement modifications, and I think they're great questions and information together, so thank you for those. I can also support your higher cap, so the 64,000, I believe, 2 on 74B, I think that was.
Yes.
Yep, I'm good there, thank you. Mr. Nieto?
Yep, and similarly, I can join you on both of those reporting requirement additions and on the increased cap as well. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, moving on to our next issue. Issue 74 begins our discussion of EV proposals. So issue 74 asks if Webco's proposals to create an EVR, which is a residential electric vehicle program, pilot program, is reasonable. On this, I'll just give a little bit of background on the program and then talk about my position on it, 74 specifically. So this residential EV pilot proposal is a result of the applicant learning that its customers are seeking EV-related service that provides off-peak charging incentives and does not require the purchase of home charging equipment from the utility. By design, the EVR pilot program provides customer incentives in transportation electrification, provides benefits for off-peak charging, is flexible, and limits program costs. I really appreciate the simplicity of the proposal here. As someone who had to vote on the different utilities EV proposals last year that were not simple, I think that there was a lot of thought given to how to make this accessible and to kind of lower barriers to entry and to help people just get in there and participate. So I like that, and I'm generally supportive of the overall design and the administrative efficiencies. There were some concerns raised regarding discriminatory rates, kind of as a result of certain aspects of this program. So I do have some possible modifications for us to consider to address those concerns, because I do think they're valid. So quickly, those modifications would include an enrollment cap. So the EVR pilot is intended to replace Webco's current COEVR and WHEVR pilot programs. These programs have a combined participation cap of 7,500. So here I would support an identical cap of 7,500 for the EVR pilot. Additionally, I would consider only authorizing the pilot program for a period of 2 years, which means that it would sunset on December 31st of 2026. Absent demonstration that it's working as intended, this program may need to be modified at the time, and I think that's to facilitate the commission's future consideration of the program. It would be good to do a check in there and also to implement all of the program reporting requirements recommended by staff in item 74D. And then finally, I would modify the usage cap and set it to the average monthly usage proposed by staff in issue 74A, which is 400 kilowatts, because I think that imposing that usage cap beyond the monthly average could be considered discriminatory. So taken together, I think these modifications and the reporting conditions in 74D can address the concerns that were raised about discriminatory rates and can improve this pilot program without overcomplicating it. So for issue 74 specifically, which would be the creation of the program, I would be at alternative 2, to authorize it with conditions and modifications as determined by our discussion. And then we can walk through each one separately. Commissioner Nieto?
Thanks, Chair Strand. For this one, for similar reasons you discussed, I was at around the potential to create a discriminatory rate class and some of those concerns about the fundamentals of the program. I was at do not authorize and direct this to come in a separate TE docket for approval. I didn't have the level of comfort here yet to approve this in this proceeding or to do some modifications. I agree with your point about the simplicity of the program. I don't think that's something I want to get lost. I think that's a pretty neat feature of this program compared to some of what we've seen before. But I would like to be sure that this is a proper program in terms of the eligibility requirements and in terms of the admin code requirements that underlie tariff programs like this, and I did just have some general questions. So that's where I was at for now, is look at it in a separate TE. I would look forward to looking at it, and that kind of follows through to all the sub-issues that we have as well. I would just take it up at a different time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Hawkins?
I'm closer to where the chair is on this one. I am at Alt 1, and for my reasoning on this, the most important piece of evidence for me was that I was informed by the feedback of customers that are currently participating in the program. I agree that the simplicity is a huge benefit to this proposed program. I think some of the concerns about it being discriminatory, I got very comfortable with for a couple of different reasons. There's very different usage characteristics and cost to serve EV customers, and so by not doing anything here, the residential class as a whole is harmed. If we're not encouraging off-peak charging, all customers in the residential class will be paying more as that class's on-peak charging occurs. And so I see this as no different from the high load factor credit, where you have a very different type of customer within a class receiving a credit for a beneficial action for the whole grid and the whole class. So I'm very comfortable that this is a well-justified way to differentiate within a class. And then similarly, because of those distinct characteristics, I saw that the different tiered structures within the program were very appropriate because flat rate customers need the biggest incentive to change, and at the time of use, the 3-tier residential class gets a very, very small credit. It's half a penny, and that's reflective of the fact that they're already acting and benefiting the class as a whole and the grid as a whole. So very comfortable with how this shook out with the collaboration and encouraged by the number of people involved working on this. So found it very reasonable. And then just to respond to some of the concerns of whether or not there needs to be mandatory penalties for on-peak charging or actual measurement off-peak, I think it's built in. There is a penalty for charging on peak, which is you're not getting the credit. So there's an opportunity cost if you're charging on peak. So I think it's all inherent in the simple design that those concerns were not concerns that I shared. And part of the reason I was able to support this. And then just high level, the rate principle of having a simple and easy to understand rate, this meets that, which is if you're charging at night, you're getting this credit, and that is going to be a signal whether or not you've met the cap or not. So I thought that was great. I don't know how these are broken out, so I guess I'll wait. Did we go through A?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was comfortable with the as-proposed 600 kilowatt-hour cap. I thought the analysis there and the attempt to future-proof it, because if the 400 is on average, that means there's half of those that would be benefiting, not benefiting from their productive shift in load that is benefiting everyone, and they're not getting compensated for that. So I don't remember whose testimony that was, but I thought that was convincing to me. And then the other thing is the concern of non-EV load during the off-peak period getting rewarded. That is what a time of use rate is. And so that is still beneficial to the grid. And so I didn't really share the concern that it doesn't all have to be EV charging. And so that was another reason I was fine with the higher cap at Alt 1 there for 74A.
Thank you. Sorry to do this to you, but I actually am much more convinced by Commissioner Nieto's position. I think the discriminatory concerns that are raised are legitimate, and I think my approach to try to address those here were just based on what's available in the sub-issues, but I think your approach is a much more thorough investigation of ensuring that those don't actually exist in this. I don't want a TE docket to overcomplicate this program, because I think we all agree that the simplicity of this is great. But, I mean, we are in disagreement about the kilowatt hour cap. I do want to ensure that if we go the TE docket route, that all of the points that Commissioner Hawkins raised are absolutely considered in that. But again, I do think the discriminatory concerns are real. I think this is a new program, and we don't want to rush into approval if those things are actually a potential implication. So I'm going to join you at your position.
I'll stay at that position, but I agree with you incorporating both of your suggestions into that review. I would incorporate what Commissioner Hawkins is raising too, and I think, Commissioner Hawkins, what you're saying about, what we're doing when we're not encouraging off-peak charging and in terms of the rest of the residential class, I think that's important. I wouldn't want this to be something bogged down by a long timeline or unnecessary complications or unnecessary complexities added to the tariff. Again, I'd want to keep it simple, but really capture opportunities for improvement, and perhaps this is something that could be a template for many EV charging residential programs to come, just if we can kind of capture all those concerns here and create a little bit of a template. So could be an opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you.
A little disheartened. I really,
apologize.
I think I was fine meeting you at your cap. I just don't understand what we're going to learn if it's not understood that there's a basis in the usage characteristics that's different for an EV owner, and that's enough to justify a differential rate. That is just, if there wasn't a basis and a different usage characteristic, then it would be discriminatory. But there is a different usage characteristic, and it's clear as day in my mind. So I just, in a TE docket, I think we're just going to find that. And so I was concerned about delaying and the unintended consequences of piling on some load growth in the middle of the day in the near term. So I'll leave it there.
So I would comment as well that I wouldn't replace the current pilot programs until this TE was implemented, if that's different
Keep
than
the
what you
existing
had.
programs going.
Until that point, but that's the only other thing I would add.
That makes sense to me in terms of filling the gap before the new one's available.
And I think, and maybe there's more discussion on this to be had, but just to explain a little bit what my concern is around the discriminatory rate is, so basically we have this EV program, again, great simplicity, but it's essentially, you own an EV, and so you get on this different rate. And your entire usage is metered on the same rate, and your neighbor, say, who doesn't own an EV, doesn't get access to that same rate for their residential home usage, and they're getting access to a different rate. And I just didn't find enough here to vet out if that's proper. And I was kind of thinking back to some of the previous EV tariffs that we've approved, where there are different metering arrangements. So say the EV charger is metered on a sub-meter and the house is metered on a house meter, and then the sub-meter usage gets subtracted off, and that's how rates are calculated. I think for those proposals, folks took a pretty hard look at how those aligned with the admin code requirements around metering and billing for different classes. And there were waivers requested, and there was a pretty thorough vetting of how does this fit in with the current admin code requirements. And I just didn't see that level of vetting here for something even so much more simple than those were. And that's getting a little bit to my concern.
Yeah, that was helpful. And I thought through that, and there was a couple thoughts I had, which was the BYOD program is only available to people with smart thermostats. And the high load factor credit is only available to loads that have high load factor. And so in those cases, we're considering the distinct differences in those customers. And then to get at your biggest concern, I think a customer without an EV can sign up for the 3-tier TOU and get the full benefit except for a half penny per kilowatt hour. And a customer that signs up on the EV at a flat rate, they get their benefit capped, where a TOU rate customer doesn't have a cap. So non-participating customers who want to get that benefit sign up for the 3-tier TOU and can have all their load at night and get the lowest rate possible and experience the vast majority of the benefits that the EV customers would. The only difference, and I thought the applicant did a good job explaining, there's value to the applicant having information on where EVs are on their system so they can plan their distribution system appropriately. And so that incremental difference between the 3-tier TOU and the EVR rate, I thought, was to pay for that fact that customers are giving the utility more information about their usage and how that impacts their system, because that does have value that they wouldn't otherwise have to provide to the applicant. So I thought all of that made total sense to me.
This has been a really great back and forth dialogue on this, so I appreciate all of the comments made and perspectives given. I think if you want to go back to your motion or position on opening the TE, I'll continue to join you there. Do you need to restate it, or are you good? You're good? Cindy?
Yep, I mean, that's where we're at, and I can certainly note Commissioner Hawkins' dissent, if that's where Commissioner Nacho, you're still at, do not authorize and create a separate TE.
Yeah, I don't know if any of this discussion has lessened any of your concerns around what I was raising. I mean, it's helping me some, and I know that the two of you have differences in the program design itself that you've raised. If you two, if there's any opportunity for you to arrive to the same spot on those differences and for you to get that level of comfort, I could join you, and if you can't and that's not where you're going, then I'll stay where I'm at.
I mean,
It's instructive.
given your past experiences in the positions you've had here, I think you are in a very unique position to speak from a place of knowledge, especially about unintended consequences of new programs and discriminatory impacts, which is why, I knew that was an option for us as I reviewed this part of the record, but was hoping that the modifications that I initially proposed could at least help address some of those things. But if you are more comfortable with the discriminatory concerns that were raised, and Commissioner Hawkins has convinced you that the current program design, based on what he's recommending, addresses those and gets you to where you need to be, I'm not going to stand in your way of that.
Yeah, I think some of the discussion that Commissioner Hawkins is giving here today is some of what I had hoped to see, and some of what I would have hoped to see in the future, kind of providing those arguments around the question of the discriminatory rate. And so it did help lessen some of my concerns. And I think taken together with Chair Strand, some of your conditions and modifications, just all of those things taken together, I feel less uncomfortable with moving forward than I did initially.
Great. So let's walk through the individual decision items again and just make sure that A, we're where we want to be, and B, that you have what you need. So starting with 74, full circle. We'll talk first about that usage cap. Commissioner Hawkins, are you comfortable still joining us at 1 on 400 kilowatt hours?
I am.
Or sorry, at 2, 400 kilowatt hours? Yes?
Unless you want to fall into that trap. Yeah.
Not so fast. Okay, 400 kilowatt hours, so that would be alternative 2 for 74A.
Yep.
Okay, and then 74B. Are we at not, don't require?
Yes.
Yes, alternative 2, Commissioner,
Yep.
perfect, okay. C would be customer verification, I was at 1. Yes?
Yep.
Okay.
1.
D, reporting requirements. I was at 2, and then, obviously, we talked about some conditions and modifications, so let's just try to capture those once and for all. A for us and B for Cindy, if everyone's okay with that. So the major one that first, again, I think all of this conversation was really helpful, and this is exactly the kind of thing that I think programs like this is the kind of discussion it should generate, and I'm really glad that we're having the opportunity to do that, especially given that, like we all said, it's not an overly complex program, so we can really dig into these things and talk about kind of the tension and the give and the take there. And I do think that staff did a really good job in developing the reporting conditions, and I appreciate the parties' roles in this. I think Renew and Walnut Way specifically really offered a lot to this section. They're experts on some of this stuff, and I think they have some great ideas about things. So again, the modification that I talked about was similar to kind of what we did with the BYOD modification. And so here I would, well, let's go back to the first modification, then I'll get to that one. So the one that I talked about that package of kind of a couple things to ease some of our discrimination concerns were the enrollment cap of 7,500 based on the current enrollment in the 2 existing EV pilots. The authorizing the pilot program for 2 years to sunset in 2 years, December 31st of 2026, so we could make sure it's working as intended and potentially make modifications, and not necessarily restrictive ones. Maybe they're even more expansive ones, similar to the things that Commissioner Hawkins has raised. And then implement all the reporting requirements recommended in 74D. We are at the modified usage cap of 400 kilowatt hours. So that's that package. And then I just want to jump back to reporting requirements because I did have another kind of collaborative modification to make there, given a couple of the things that we're going to talk about in the next sub-issues. So I would add a modification to the reporting requirements that would here also require the applicant to report on collaboration efforts with stakeholders regarding possible modifications to the EV tariffs and the pilot program, and a possible expansion of the EV programs for potential inclusion in a future proceeding. So I'm looking for this report to be filed with the commission 1 year from the date of this decision, and that a follow-up report should be filed as part of the applicant's next rate case filing. So not only do I want to encourage collaboration and innovation, like we've talked about here, and that some of the parties brought into the record, but I also think that this additional requirement helps address some of Renew's request in 74E, which we'll get to in a second, which is about a multifamily charging pilot, and Walnut Way's request in 74F for fleet and public transportation. And then totally jumping the gun also helps kind of address some concerns raised with the EVC proposal in 75A. So if you need me to say anything again, I can, but
It was just the last, to be filed.
yes.
The report.
So the
to-
first report would be filed a year from the date of the
final
commission decision.
final decision, yep.
And then the second report would be filed as
With-
part of the
okay.
next rate case
Got it.
proceeding. Are you guys okay with, are you okay with where we are now on all of these?
Yes, I'm okay with all of that, and I like how you, I appreciate how you brought in opportunities for collaboration around the multifamily housing pilot and the fleet and public transportation pilot. And if we had moved this to a separate TE, I was going to ask that those be explored in that TE regardless. So this helps kind of bring it all
Oh, good.
together.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hawkins, how are you feeling about things?
I'm feeling great, and I was impressed by how you pulled it all together.
Oh, thank
Because I mentally, that's I'm in agreement.
Okay, great. Thank you. This was awesome. Good discussion, guys. Ready to move on? Okay. So 74E asks if it's reasonable to direct Webco to develop an EV charging pilot for multifamily housing. Again, great idea. I do think that this could be addressed with the additional reporting requirement we just added to 74D. And because we did that there, I'm hoping that this can be addressed there, and then we come up with some collaborative developments for multifamily EV charging pilots. So I'm at alternative 2, but again, not because I want to shut the door on this, because I want this to be worked on together with the parties that weighed in on this, and then hope that it becomes part of kind of a more robust EV program going forward. So I'm at alternative 2, but we're kind of addressing this as part of that reporting requirement addition.
Exactly. I had flagged that I was at alternative 3 and asking that it be folded into another discussion, and I think it's kind of the same, asking that it be folded into,
Yeah,
this
Okay.
program, but kind of same result.
okay, thank you.
And yeah, I'm good with that too at L2 and fine with it occurring through that reporting requirement.
Okay, thank you. And then 74E is very similar, 74F is very similar, but it's asking about fleet and public transportation EV pilots. Again, my intent with the requirement, with the modification of the requirement in 74D was to include this in that collaboration effort as well. So I would be at alternative 2 on this one, but not because we don't want it to happen, because we want it to be worked on together and then hopefully come out of that discussion and collaboration.
Same, L2.
Okay, thank
Thanks.
you.
2 for me.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 75, if everyone is okay with where we are. This 75 asks about the proposed changes to the EVC program, and then 75A asks if it's reasonable to increase the minimum required charging installation from 50 to 150. For the request to increase this minimum installation, I was at alternative 1. I thought that the record demonstrates issues with the current design, particularly related to the allowance calculation, and that the proposal to increase to 150 kilowatts would address that. And I think it's reasonable to modify the pilot programs in general when you learn lessons from them. That's the point or the initial genesis of pilots. So I think, given that this was one of the things that the applicant has learned from this pilot program, that it is reasonable to increase the minimum installation size to 150. So for that one, I was at alt 1.
Thanks, Chair Strand. I was on the fence a little bit about this one. I can ultimately be comfortable with alt 1. I had a slight preference to alt 3, and the way, because I had a concern about customers in this range not having access to the program, and I thought, concerns about demand charges in the future could come in the form of a disclosure to the customer or something like that, as opposed to having to remove them from the tariff. So I'm either at alt 1 or alt 3 with a disclosure to the customers in that range.
Okay. I probably should have said that, as noted in the modification to 74D that we made, that given some of the things that were raised by parties here, that this is another issue that I want the applicant and the parties to collaborate on because of some of those concerns addressed, especially as it relates to kind of that gap between the 100 and 150, or kind of like that in-between place. And I also just want to say that if this is adopted, it doesn't mean that it's going to be an exclusion to the EV charging. It's just an adjustment based on what we're learning thus far. So that's kind of where I was on this one. But Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I was at alt 1 as well on this one. I thought the back and forth on the impacts with the demand charges at the existing rates or class there at that level was an important consideration. So learning from the pilot, as you said, was important, and so I think it is appropriate to increase the minimum size. So I'm at alt 1.
And I can join you both at alt 1 and also appreciate the suggestion on the collaboration, discussing this topic as well.
Yeah, we don't want the 50 to 150 being left out of the tariff. So, okay, thank you. Moving on to B, which is also about this program. We're asked if it's reasonable to remove the option for customers to purchase charging equipment directly from the utility. Here, I appreciated the level of agreement on this issue and was at Alt 1 to support the removal of this option.
Same, Alt1.
Alt 1.
Thank you. 75C asks if it's reasonable to remove the 100 megawatt enrollment cap and eliminate the program's pilot status. Let's see, kind of on the fence on this one. I recommend, my initial reaction was to recommend that we maintain the pilot status and keep the 100 megawatt cap in place because I didn't see a lot of evidence in the record to support removal of the pilot status. I still think, like we just talked about, that we're learning things about this program, which might lead to continuing pilot status. I do think there's some remaining capacity available and there's not a long waiting list to participate in the program. So those were some of the factors that made me comfortable keeping the current 100 megawatt cap in place. And the applicant does have the opportunity to file for an increase in the cap at a later date if they do have additional capacity needs. But again, I'm flexible on the enrollment cap. I think we should still maintain pilot status given where we are, but I'm curious to hear from you guys on this one as well.
Thanks. I was at Alt1, but strike and eliminate pilot status to your discussion here.
Okay. Commissioner Hawkins, here we go.
No, I'm just trying to keep up with what, so.
We're in two different places.
All right.
Sorry, I'll restate. It sounds like Commissioner Nieto and I are in agreement on keeping program
100.
pilot status.
Yep.
But she's at authorizing the removal of the 100 megawatts, and I'm flexible on that one. So we're not in completely different places.
Okay,
But
I totally heard you backwards, so I'm glad. Thank you for the
Oh,
restatement.
yeah.
I don't know what's going on with my ears. Yeah, I think I'll join Commissioner Nieto. That was where I was at.
Okay, I'll join you guys. Again, the thing that I cared the most about was not eliminating pilot status, so
Yeah.
very comfortable with those. Thank you, guys.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to issue 76, we are entering into the section regarding parallel generation tariffs. Just a few opening remarks here. So in my relatively short time at the commission, a number of parallel generation and net metering issues have arisen. I'm not going to belabor our discussion today with the details and outcomes of those decisions, but I do want to note that when those issues were presented to us, that there's usually a lot of robust evaluation on the various proposals. In this proceeding, the applicant did not include any structural changes to its parallel generation tariffs. However, a number of parallel generation modifications were proposed by various parties throughout the course of this rate case. At a high level, I appreciate why the parties would request these modifications here, but at the same time, I do think these tariffs are highly technical and therefore benefit from a more robust record if we're going to consider changes. Robustness is definitely missing here. I think that staff's assessment sums this up well due to a lack of information and time constraints in this proceeding that they believe it may not be appropriate to make changes to the applicant's parallel generation tariffs at this time. I also looked at final decisions in the IOUTE dockets where the commission specifically reviewed parallel generation rates. And the commission noted that the process included a rigorous dialogue between the applicant parties and commission staff, which then facilitated the development of questions, proposals, counterproposals, compromises, and items of disagreement. So that really deliberative process that is occurring and occurred in the various IOUTE dockets regarding parallel generation is missing here. So aside from some of the small modifications that we can discuss in some of the upcoming issue items, I'm probably not prepared to support any structural changes to the applicant's parallel generation tariffs at this time for the reasons I just said. But we're going to walk through each issue and we can talk them through. 76 asks if the commission should require the utility to expand one or more of their parallel generation tariffs. Here I was at alternative 5, as I noted in my initial comments. I don't think these changes are necessary. Again, if we want to consider these in a separate docket, that's something that could be open to. I don't really think we need to direct the utility to do that as part of our decision-making here, but curious to hear from you guys on all this stuff. So, Commissioner Nieto?
Yeah, thanks for those comments. I was in a similar spot and interested to hear what you both have to say. Initially, I'm coming in at direct the changes in a new TE docket or handle them in the existing, which isn't directly, I don't think directly an alt, but maybe it's take other action, so.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Yeah, I was in a very similar place. I just didn't have enough information to act at this time on these proposals. And I was initially at 3 and directing the changes in a new docket, or investigation of the changes, I should say. So if that can happen without ordering, I'm fine with that as well. But just interested to hear how we would get this information that we don't currently have, if we don't do Alt 3 and what that would look like. Just, I'm assuming maybe awaiting a proposal to come to us from somewhere. So if any more discussion on that would be helpful to me.
Do you have a preference, given it's kind of where you were ending up anyway?
Yeah, I think right now, I think the current status on the existing dockets is they're really, being used for standard annual updates. And I just procedurally, in terms of initiating this discussion in the existing docket, is there anything that needs to happen other than an order point to trigger that, such as an application or a request?
Yeah, I mean, depending on, we've already issued an order in the initial existing docket. So I don't know that you want to go in and reopen. To take final action in that docket, that would be a little weird. We could, but we've sort of closed that chapter on that.
Yeah.
First TE docket had a really narrow scope, and that decision stands for the scope that we looked at. I would think procedurally it just might be cleaner to start in a new docket than trying to go back and reopen a docket that was done for a purpose that was done. And there is ongoing work as well in some of the generic area, not to further complicate things. So, you do have that ongoing work in that docket. But some of these changes are a little different than kind of what we're at least initially looking at in that generic docket. So, at any point you want to open a new docket, you can certainly prescribe the scope. If there's specific things in that scope, you can do that now. You could do it at the time you see it. But absent sort of a requirement to either come with something in the new, in the next rate case or in a separate TE, you wouldn't really have, they wouldn't have that obligation.
Okay. Yeah, based on that, I'd be fine with Alt 3.
I can join you guys there. That makes sense. Thank you, Cindy. Let's see. Issue 77 asks if it's reasonable to increase the capacity. Just to note, I think the title of this issue has a typo. I think the applicable tariff here is the CGS-CU tariff and not the PG2B tariff, but just a catch there. I thought that alternative 1 was a reasonable modification here, but not based on the premise that this change would bring the tariff into compliance with FERC interpretations regarding PURPA. I'm not convinced that absent this modification, the utility is out of compliance with PURPA, but I do think the record demonstrates that this modification is reasonable because it does bring the tariff into alignment with some of the other parallel generation tariffs offered by other IOUs. I also think that this change would increase access to renewable energy for larger commercial and industrial customers within the territory, which could help them kind of meet some of their sustainability goals. So I was supportive of alternative 1 here.
I was supportive of Alt 1 as well for similar reasons. Thanks.
Thank you.
Same, Alt 1 for me.
Thank you. Issue 78 asks if WEBCO and Renew's proposed changes to the CGS-NM tariff are reasonable. And then 78A asks if the proposed modifications to the standard net meter tariff, CGS-NM, are reasonable. I thought that, yes, the proposed modifications to the net meter tariff are reasonable, so I was at alternative 1 on this one.
Alt 1?
Alt 1.
Thank you. 78B asks what is the appropriate generator limit cap for that tariff. Here I was at alternative 1 as well. I think authorizing that cap at 1,000 kilowatt hours is appropriate.
I might have a
Yeah,
question
of
for staff
course.
here.
Let's just take a 5-minute break. So if you need more time, don't worry about it. Okay. We'll stand adjourned. Okay, we're back. We are going to revisit our decision in issue 76 just to make sure that we're attaching the appropriate timing to that. So we'll let our general counsel weigh in first.
Yeah, historically, if, you certainly have the option, if you have a set timeline, by no later than, in other dockets, we have set a deadline. You don't have to, and that would keep it fluid. You could put a specific date, you could say before your next rate case, what have you. I just didn't know if you had a timeline in mind for that filing.
I don't have a timeline I feel incredibly strongly about, but I think it would make sense to, I think similar to other new dockets we've opened in discussions like these, have staff open the docket in the first quarter of the new year, and then procedurally take it from there. If that makes sense to the two of you, that's what I would propose as an initial.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And I just suggest, what we've typically done is just at April 1, 2025, just to give us a date, no later than. That would capture the first quarter.
Thanks.
Yep,
And
that
then,
works. Thank you.
We discussed during break also, there's a error on our guide. Issue 78B was inadvertently included, and it should not be included in this decision matrix. So we are going to skip this issue.
Thank you. Is everyone ready to move to 78C?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. On C, I was at alternative 3. I understand why Renew requested the earlier implementation date, but based on the record, I don't think that their preferred January 1st, 2025 implementation date is possible for the utility to meet. So again, trying to find compromise and middle ground that didn't initially exist here, I would support the implementation date of June 1st, 2025, which is what is offered in alternative 3 and what the applicant indicated was their earliest possible implementation date. But curious to hear from you guys on this one as well.
I was in the exact same position. I thought alternative 3 was workable.
Same here.
Okay, thank you. Issue 79 asks about WEPCO's proposal to increase the real-time market pricing rider participation cap to 500 megawatts. Here, I thought that this was reasonable, so I was at alternative 1.
Alt 1, thanks.
Alt 1.
Thank you. Issue 80, is it reasonable to increase issue 80 isn't uncontested. Yay, haven't had one of those in a while. Issue 81 asks if it's reasonable for WEPCO to clarify its annual deadline related to firm demand nominations. I didn't have any issues with this one. Was it alternative 1?
Alt 1,
Same here.
Thank you. Issue 82, proposed miscellaneous electric rate sheet changes. I was at alternative 1 on this one.
Alt 1,
1.
Thank you. Issue 83 asks about approving remaining uncontested electric rate design issues. Here I was at alternative 1.
Alt 1,
1.
Thank you. All right, we are now moving into our gas rate issues section, starting with issue 84 about natural gas cost of service studies. Similar to my positions, in previous cost of service questions and consistent with past practice, I think it's reasonable to consider multiple cost of service study results. So I'm on alternative 2 here.
Alt 2 for me as well.
2.
Thank you. Issue 85 asks about which studies to consider for 2020, 86, and here I was at alternative 2 as well.
Alt 2.
2 for me.
86, natural gas cost of service studies for allocating revenue responsibility and developing rates for 2025 for Webco. I was at alternative 2 here as well.
Alt 2.
2 for me.
Thank you. 87, cost of service studies for Webco 2026 rate development. I was at alternative 2 for this one as well.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Thank you. 88, appropriate 2025 natural gas revenue allocation for Wisconsin Gas. Here I was at alternative 2.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Thank you. 89, appropriate 2026 natural gas revenue allocation. Alt 2 for this one as well.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Thank you. Issue 90, what is the appropriate 2025 natural gas revenue allocation for Webco Natural Gas? I was at alternative 2 on this one.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Thank you. 91, 2026 natural gas for Webco. I was at alternative 2.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Thank you. 92, alt 3 for this one. I thought allocating, sorry, this question is about how any changes in the final revenue requirement for Wisconsin Gas Natural Gas Service should be allocated among the customer classes. Here is at alternative 3, which would be to allocate the final revenue requirement adjustments consistent with the commission's preferred general revenue allocation, which is staff's allocation. So I was at alternative 3 on this one.
I'll join you there at consistent. Alt 3.
Same.
Thank you. 93 asks how should changes in the 2026 revenue requirement be allocated among customer classes. I was at alternative 3 here for the same reasons.
Same.
Alt 3.
Thank you. 94, changes in the final revenue requirement allocated. I was at all 3 on this one as well.
Alt 3.
3.
95 asks how should changes in the 2026 revenue requirement be allocated. I was at alternative 3 on this one.
Alt 3.
3.
Thank you. Issue 96 asks what is the appropriate overall 2025 natural gas rate design for Wisconsin Gas. Here I was at alternative 2, so consistent with my decision on revenue allocation, I support the overall rate design offered by staff.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
97 asks about the appropriate overall rate design 2020 for natural gas in 2026 for Wisconsin Gas. Again, at alternative 2.
Alt 2.
Alt 2 for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 98 asks about the appropriate overall 2025 natural gas rate design for Webco. Here I was at alternative 2.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Thank you. Issue 99 asks about the 2026 rate design, alternative 2.
Alt 2.
2.
Thank you. Now moving into the electric and gas tariff issues. Issue 100 asks, what is a reasonable non-sufficient funds charge for the applicants to assess to its customers? I do appreciate the work of our staff and the parties to highlight this issue. I felt that alternative 2 to eliminate the incremental deterrence component of the NSF charge and reconfigure the charge to consist of the administrative cost added to the average of the range of financial institution fees, $7.24, offered a balanced and reasonable approach to develop an NSF charge.
I thought so as well. I'm at Alt 2 here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was at Alt 2 as well, that the applicant should recover the financial fees on average and not just the highest one, so I was at Alt 2.
Thank you. Issue 101 asks, is it reasonable to consider the cost disparities between physical and remote disconnections and reconnections in a future proceeding? Here is at alternative 1. I think, as was noted in the issue scope, commission staff identified that cost disparities between physical and remote disconnections and reconnections exist, and that given the timing of the deployment of AMI, this issue does warrant further examination in a future proceeding. So I was at alt 1 for this one.
Alt 1.
I was at Alt 1 as well.
Thank you. 102 asks if the commission should require the applicants to provide additional reporting requirements for the LIFT program as part of its initial filings at the time of its next rate case filing. Here, the LIFT program is ongoing, and we have an open docket here. We also still have the Webco affordability docket, which is 5 UI 121 active, and there are lots of frequent productive conversations occurring with a lot of people at the table in that. I think the information listed in this issue and more are currently being collected by staff and will continue to be. And I also think that these conversations are evolving every time the group gets together. So I would prefer continuing to give staff the ability to ask for what they need as new issues arise. I'm actually really excited to see where these discussions and collaborations end up, because I do think LIFT and other programs will make major impacts on people's ability to kind of pay their bills and on the affordability issue overall. I worry that setting a marker with this list now is actually too narrow of an approach, given that we do have these existing tools available with a much broader scope. But with that being said, I strongly encourage the utility to prioritize this work and to truly listen to all the people that are involved right now, and to move as creatively and quickly as possible towards solutions. Like, we're not just talking to talk, we need to actually like have some action and some solutions come out of these. So here I'm at alternative 3 with the caveats of my comments.
Thanks, Chair Strand. I agree with your comments on the encouragement in terms of continuing to develop and work on these discussions. And in general, I agree with keeping some of the discussions and modifications around LIFT in the LIFT dockets and in the underlying dockets. I did see this particular issue as slightly distinct. I think this is a suggestion here to essentially, for the purposes of the next rate case filing, to the extent that LIFT bad debt dollars are going to be included in that filing, to provide accompanying program data as a way to calibrate and review that issue in the rate case and bring it into that record. So for that reason and that pathway, I saw this as a helpful list of items that we may want included right off the bat in the record in the next rate case. Therefore, I was at Alt 1 on the list suggested by witness Singletary.
Commissioner Hawkins?
I was at Alt 2 simply because I was comfortable with the list in Alt 1, but thought to provide more flexibility that we would encourage the applicant to work with staff on the appropriate reporting metrics. And so instead of it just adopting that list, encouraging the applicant to work with staff so that by the time the next rate case occurs, we have what the information that staff would be expecting to have and would benefit from for that rate case. So I was at 2, which,
Doing 3 different places.
yeah,
So some of my concerns.
we've made it far before
Yeah,
that
no,
happens.
that's okay. I mean, we were in 3 different places on much more complicated issues than this. So one of my concerns with this issue was a couple things that I kind of mentioned in my comments, but the conversations are quickly evolving, as I said, in some of those other related investigations and dockets. And this list is not everything that we'll likely want. So I actually think that Commissioner Hawkins' position with 2 is a little more flexible and kind of addresses some of the concerns that I had with 1. So I'm comfortable joining you there, but I don't want anything that's happening that I mentioned in my comments. I don't want this to preclude that or jump the line or keep us from continuing that really good momentum that's occurring in those other places related to these issues, if that makes sense.
It does, and I'll join you both at an Alt 2 work with staff.
Yep, and thank you for circling back on that I wasn't appreciating the urgency of what you were saying in the other venues, and agree that that's important and should be worked on in the near term, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to 103. Is Walnut Way's proposal to expand eligibility requirements for the LIFT program reasonable? Again, I just want to touch on the really good work happening in docket 5 UI 121. I feel that is actually the more appropriate venue to consider possible modifications to the program. And again, I just want to reiterate that I'm strongly encouraging the applicant to prioritize this work, to listen to the people that are involved, and to start moving creatively and quickly towards solutions. So again, I was at alternative 3 here, but not because this isn't important, but because I think this is one of the things that's being discussed and considered more appropriately in that underlying affordability docket.
I was in the same place. It's, we have an active, open docket and a good venue for all of these good discussions to be taking place.
Thank you.
And I was at Alt 3 as well, slightly different reason, which was just that this is a new program still, and we need time to analyze how it's running before we start tinkering with it.
Yes, excellent point. Thank you. Okay, issue 104 is about the applicant's compliance with an order condition in the previous rate proceeding about working with staff and some interveners in developing alternative low-income assistance programs, including a potential PIP pilot, and a docket to investigate the development of such programs. So just a little bit of background here. So as the issue scope notes, on March 16th of 2023, the commission did open this docket that we keep talking about, 5 UI 121, to investigate the development of alternative low-income assistance programs, including a potential percentage of income payment pilot. As I have mentioned several times in the last couple minutes, that docket is still open and discussions are underway regarding other pilot tariff solutions for low-income customers. I don't think that this rate case is the right venue to add this to the record, or to add this because the record isn't as robust here as it is in the 5 UI 121 docket. And again, I think we've been very clear in the last few items about encouraging this work to continue to happen and for innovative solutions to keep or to be developed and presented here. So I'm at alternative 3 on this one, again, because I think we have existing appropriate venues for these things to occur. Where they are occurring as well. Commissioner Nito?
Yeah, I'm in the same spot. I think the open investigation is the right place, again, to explore and echo your encouragement for all of the right resources and open discussions to continue to take place, and look forward to reviewing in that docket.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, and I was originally at Alt 1, which I think gets to the same place. So I'm fine joining you at Alt 3.
Okay, thank you. Issue 105 asks what, if any, additional action is appropriate based on compliance or lack thereof with the issue that we just discussed. My opinion is that the order point was not violated, and again, that this work is ongoing. And I'll just, again, encourage everyone to keep working on this. So I was at alternative 3, take no action.
In the same place, and again, looking forward to reviewing in the other docket and hoping that collaboration is continuing to occur.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Alt 3 for me as well.
Thank you. Issue 106 is our first steam rate issue, and it's uncontested, so we can move on to 107, which asks if WEBCO's steam revenue allocation and rate design is reasonable. I was at alternative 2 here.
Alt 2.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
2.
Thank you. We are now in the home stretch, miscellaneous. Issue 108 asks what, if any, additional action is appropriate for the commission to take based upon the evidence in the record when considering establishing just and reasonable rates and services. So we had a plethora of options that were presented in this one. I think some of these requests represent big picture policy items and are ripe topics for the parties to work amongst themselves and with the applicant to find common ground, while others appear to be outside the scope of our regulatory authority. I did find that some of the proposals and items are reasonable for the commission to consider here, and the ones that I specifically am comfortable with including are 108C, which is that the commission should order WEBCO to update and conduct a comprehensive loss of load study or a line loss study before or as part of its next rate case. 108G, that the commission should eliminate WEBCO's experimental short-term productivity rider. Tariff's prohibition of on-site generation regardless of size. I think WEBCO benefits from customers' use of this tariff regardless of a customer's on-site generation, and that the prohibition is detrimental to the customer. And 108I, the real-time market pricing rider tariff should be revised to include a conjunctive billing provision similar to the provision in CP1. None of those items received any disagreement from the applicant or the parties, and again, I think they represent reasonable changes that are well within our regulatory authority. But again, there are a lot of other things in this grab bag item, so I'm curious to hear what Commissioner Canito and Hawkins have to say about it.
Surprisingly, with this extensive open list, I was in a really similar spot, so that's a good thing. I was on board with 108C and G. I'm comfortable with I. And I was open to 108J as well.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Similar to what Commissioner Nieto just said, I'm fine with C and G. And I'm fine with as well. I was not fine with 108J. And I'll have to dig through my notes, but in my shorthand, I said no-go on 108J.
I wasn't supportive of J either, for what it's worth.
Okay. And yeah, there was a couple others that I was not supportive of, but because no one else raised that they were, I don't have to run through those.
There you go.
So,
Mr. Nieto?
I can join you both on the no-go.
Okay, so that would make, we would be including C, G, and I. Are we in agreement with that?
yes.
Okay. Great. Good on that one?
Yeah, that's all you want to address in that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Issue 109 asks if the commission should include the standard order conditions from the last rate proceeding in 5 UR 110 along with standard order conditions. Heroes with add alternative 1 to include the updated standard order conditions from the rate case in 5 UR 110 listed above.
Alt 1?
Alt 1 as well, and I just wanted to flag that this has specifically spelling out the ESM.
It'll be modified.
Okay, got it. Yep, I'm at Alt 1.
Thank you.
Just a couple, I think, but for a couple clarifications. So just, again, just more for external clarity than internal clarity. I think staff is pretty clear on issue 66. We indicated we would adjust as revised for the final revenue requirement. I know in the gas section, we had a specific how we would do it. We're going to do it the same way for electric, those changes in final revenue requirement. So I'm more clear on that. The one issue, just further clarity, on issue 76, you indicated staff to open the docket. Is the expectation that this will be a staff-led docket to sort of come up with the scope and then request an application, or are we just opening the docket and then the expectation is the applicant will file an application? I just want to clarify there.
I meant open a docket more administratively than anything else, but the expectation would be more that it would be applicant-driven.
Yeah, that lines up with what I was expecting.
Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, I didn't have any more questions on this.
Vote on this one? And then
Yes.
take a break? Okay, great.
And we don't need much of a break. We just need a short break to do a line change to get
Yeah.
the right staff.
Great. Okay, so we are going to we are done with Webco, so we're going to take a vote on this, and then we'll take probably a 15 or 20-minute break to get ready to go on pub service.
Whatever time you need.
10?
Yeah, we just got to switch people.
Well,
so-
yeah, well,
It might-
okay, after the vote, we'll just talk about when we're coming back in then. Okay, so we are ready for a motion on 5 UR 111.
In docket 5 UR 111, I move we grant authority to adjust retail electric, natural gas, and steam rates consistent with our discussion.
Would you like the
Second.
final decision coming back?
Yes.
Yes, please. Final decision coming back? Yep.
Yes, second with the final decision coming back.
Great, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we will take I can't see the clock. Yes, good job, everyone. It's a marathon. It's 3:50. We will come back at 4:15 to take up Wisconsin Public Service. Thank you. Okay, we are back, and we are now on to agenda item 13, which is 6690 UR 128, Wisconsin Public Services application to adjust electric and natural gas rates. As I mentioned earlier, most of the issues in this case are very similar, if not identical, to the ones we just worked through. Therefore, given that it's 4:30, in the interest of time, for most of the similar and identical issues, I'm simply just going to state which alternative I'm at. There may be a few issues where I provide slightly more substantive comments. Please feel free to do the same, especially if there's anything else that you want to weigh in on. I don't want to go too fast. But we're going to get started with issue one, revenue requirement issues. For issue one, I was at alternative one.
Alt one?
Alt one.
1A is uncontested. Issue two, I was at alternative one.
Alt one?
Alt one.
Issue three, FTE headcount, similar to what we did in the previous case. I was at alternative four, which would be to accept the reduction related to part-time, seasonal, and non-represented positions, but not accept the adjustment to represented positions. Alt four.
I'll join you at Alt four again.
I'll join you with that arrangement.
Thank you. 3A, Alt three.
Alt three?
3.
Issue four, Alt one.
Alt one?
Alt one.
Issue five, Alt one.
Alt one?
Alt one for me.
Issue six, Alt one.
Alt one?
1.
Issue seven, alternative two,
Alt two.
given our adjustments to the FTE count.
Yep. Alt 2.
Thank you. Issue eight is uncontested. Issue nine, Alt one.
Alt one?
Alt 1.
Issue 10 is uncontested. Issue 11, Alt one, consistent with our decision in the previous docket.
Yep, Alt one.
Yep. Alt 1.
Issue 12, Alt one.
Alt one?
1.
12A, Alt two.
Alt two. Consistent with.
We were consistent with it, yep.
Yeah.
It
Alt
didn't
2.
preclude the asking for questions or information, but we weren't going to direct it.
That's right. That's
Yep.
right. Alt 2.
Issue 13, we were, I believe, all at Alt one.
Yep, Alt one.
Yep. Alt 1.
Issue 14, Alt two.
I was at Alt one on this one, due to staff finding that the emerald ash borer infestation wasn't the driver for the projects identified in these test years, so a slight difference from the past case we discussed.
Okay, I was still at Alt two on this one.
I was at Alt 2 as well for a similar reason for the earlier decision that the applicant stated an intention to shorten their forestry cycle, which I was supportive of as a way to head off the increase in tree into primary problem that was stated in the record. So I supported the increase.
Okay.
So similar to the previous discussion, I'll join you both on this issue.
Okay, thank you. 14A is uncontested, but this is the same reporting requirement that we discussed, or similar reporting requirement that we discussed in the previous one. Would you like to make those changes to this one as well?
Yeah, the changes to the reliability metrics, I would like to remove from the list and then add that more general, any input on reliability metrics.
So I think we can just say 14A consistent with our decision in the previous case. Okay.
Sounds good.
In terms of the wording. Okay, thank you. 14B, Alt 3.
Alt three?
Alt 3.
15, Alt 1.
Alt one?
Oh, yeah, sorry, Cindy.
Sorry, 14B, Alt 1
Alt
3.
3.
for 14B?
Yep.
Yes.
Sorry, I
No,
got off.
that's okay.
Okay, back up to you.
Thank you. All right, so we are now on
15.
15. So 15, we're at Alt 1,
Yep.
Yes.
and then 15A, we are at Alt sorry, I'm screwed up now too. Okay, 15 was alt 1. And then for 15A,
Take no action. It would be alt 5, take no
yeah,
action.
take no action, exactly. Yep. So that was what we did last, in the previous case.
Yep.
Alt 5.
Alt 5.
For 15A?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. 16, alt 1.
Alt 1.
1.
Issue 17, so this is one of the specific projects that we kind of pulled out and discussed in the previous case. So I would be in the same position here that I was in the last one, which was alt 5. Because of the change in in-service dates, authorize deferral of the cost overruns without carrying costs associated with the Paris project, consistent with our discussion.
I'm in the same place for this one as well.
Same here.
Got it? Okay. Issue 18, alt 1.
Alt 1.
Alt 1.
Thank you. All right, issue 19 is the Darien project, so we do have that two-step kind of curing of the record first, and then just a decision on the cost overruns. So first, we need to take notice of the quarterly report that indicated the 2025 in-service date, the change in date.
I move we take notice of the 5 BS 255 quarterly report on the change in in-service date.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
With that now in the record, consistent with our decision in the previous case and the in-service date change, I'm at an alt 5 here also. I would authorize deferral of the cost overruns without carrying costs associated with the Darien project and consistent with our discussion.
Alt 5.
5 for me.
Thank you. Now, again, this sub-issue was not teed up for us for Darien in the previous case, and it's not teed up for Darien in this case, but we also should include a deferral on the incremental revenue requirement impacts to account for the in-service date change.
Yes, thank you.
Consistent with previous, okay,
Agreed.
thank you. Moving on to issue 20, alt 1.
Alt 1.
Alt 1.
21 uncontested, 22 is uncontested, 22A, alt 1.
Alt 1.
Alt 1.
23 is unique in that it's about the Columbia plant rather than the Oak Creek discussion that we had in the previous case. But similar to my position there, and for the reasons I expressed, I am at alternative 1 for 23.
I'm at a little bit of a modified alternative for this one. Like you said, this is a different plant, some different timelines and discussion here. Similar to what I said in our previous discussion, I still think it is really important to understand that as, you know, customers, regulators, we do have to pay for prudent investments that were approved and used. And similar to the last discussion, I was looking for a balance here of customer interests with also that general long-term investment supportive environment. In this particular docket, there is a report or plan coming in the next rate case on the same alternative planning that we saw with Oak Creek. So those amortization schedules around extend, levelized securitization, those types of plans and numbers, I presume we'll see in the next case here. So like I said in the previous case, I would have been interested on the Oak Creek units and seeing, for example, alternatives around if you're levelizing and extending, is there a way to come up with an amortization schedule that helps and provides some customer benefits to where the nominal cost wouldn't be elevated for customers under those arrangements? I'd like to see something like that in this case for the plan that's going to be filed. So with this one, I was at authorizing with, in the meantime, while we're waiting for that report to come in, authorizing with the levelized approach and receiving that information and a little bit more, I guess, back and forth. I think I will comment too, there was some discussion on both of these issues in both of the cases about the precedent allowing the full return on and of, and we had a lot of discussion about that. The cases that have been cited in the records, most of them are settlement agreements. So it's a little bit different than what we're here doing. And those are settlement agreements in which everybody's pointing out, particularly in the WEPCO record, that involve a give and take. And so that's how those arrangements were arrived at. And I think I'd like to hear about applicants' plans and where the applicant would identify opportunities for a similar give and take without it being something that, that we come up with something that the applicant would provide scenarios on. So that's what I'm thinking for this one, a little bit different than the last discussion. Thanks.
Just to clarify before we get to Commissioner Hawkins, you would be at a Alt 2, but then with the modification of requiring the reporting, the different options being developed in the plan, or?
Yes.
How do you want to work that into this alternative?
I would be at a modified Alt 2. For now, using a levelized approach in the next rate case, receiving this report and plan, and then we can, at that point, make any adjustments to the amortization, the levelized approach, any adjustments to the schedule pursuant to what we see in that report and the information and planning that the applicant provides.
But in the meantime, authorize the recovery on the using the levelized approach.
As a
between
levelized.
now and then.
Yeah, and just have that kind of reduced revenue requirement between now and then and see what that plan and discussion provides.
Okay. Commissioner Hawkins?
So with the planned retirement date isn't until May 26. So I'm just interested, that the timing would be in the next rate case is when you would, what you were asking for, that's when we would see that, the alternatives?
Exactly. I think the applicant had indicated here that because of that particular retirement date and how close it is at the end of the test year, that's when the applicant plans to submit the alternative cost recovery scenarios.
Yeah. Okay,
So I would add to those scenarios that are already going to be in the works there.
okay. That makes sense to me, and I was thinking about the discussion in the record on the fact that WPS is not the majority owner on this, and that there's other parties involved in making decisions about this asset, and how we ensure that our decision today doesn't foreclose any impacts from those other parties' decisions. And so I think your proposal does that. So I am interested in seeing the things that you mentioned, but I just wanted to make sure that by doing so, we're not hamstringing any potential changes, but it doesn't sound like, because that analysis would inform future decision in the next rate case, that wouldn't be the case. So I'm fine joining you at that modified 2.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely supportive of receiving the information that you articulated. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think the timing of that works out well. I am, again, more comfortable with the traditional declining balance that alternative 1 entails, but I also don't want to make a hasty decision without understanding more about your position. So if everyone's okay with it, we're just going to take a 5-minute break to kind of think through what you're offering with the levelized approach.
Yep, that
Okay.
sounds good.
Great,
And
we'll be back.
I would note too, that I think the levelized went with the extend, so basically the payment schedule for now, that would be under the 25-year levelized, and then assessing that payment schedule and taking everything together in the plan that comes in the next rate case. The securitization, like you said, we're in a minority ownership situation here, and just resetting or readjusting that based on the further information we receive would be the overall.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Great.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll be back in a couple minutes. Thank you. Okay, we are back and we are going to continue our discussion on issue 23. Thank you for your patience. I would like to propose a change to Commissioner Nieto's proposal here. Understanding that this study, these other options are going to be studied, and that's information that you want to see in the next rate case that could help inform decisions on how to treat assets like this and give us maybe some other tools or some other options available. And also the fact that I do not necessarily want any sort of levelization treatment to continue without it being reexamined in the next rate case in light of whatever supplemental or new information might be included in this study. I could probably join the two of you where you are right now if we can put an end date or a sunset on the levelization treatment to ensure that it only exists temporarily for these 2 years so that in the next rate case, when we do have this information available, that we would be required to revisit the treatment of this part of the asset.
I think that makes sense. I could join you at that requirement.
I'm fine with that as well.
So based on the timing then, the end date that I would propose would be December 31st of 2026, so that the next rate case, which would be taken up probably November of 2026, and then the results of that would go into effect on January 1st of 2027. And so this levelization treatment would end on the 31st of 2026. A decision would be made in that rate case about how to treat this asset going forward, and then that new or same or different or whatever decision is made in that rate case would then apply starting the 1st of January in 2027.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, I can join you guys there then. So temporary, but yes. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to 23A. I think we're at a 2 on this one. Well, do we have to take this up because we're doing levelization?
Yes.
Okay,
So
2?
for
one?
23A, I was at the weighted average cost of capital.
Okay, 1, yep, same.
One.
Great,
One.
1. 23B, reasonable recovery period. I mean, with the sunset, I think we're only at a 2-year, right?
I was at the alt 2, so using the
Oh,
25
okay, yeah.
years for the amortization, but then sunsetting it at 2 years, like you just said.
Yep.
Yep.
2 for me.
Okay. 23C. Alt 1.
Yes, I
Okay,
put alt 1
yeah.
here too.
1.
24 is uncontested, 25 is uncontested, 26 is uncontested, 27, alt 1,
Alt 1,
Alt 1.
28, alt 1,
alt 1,
Alt 1.
29, 30, and 31 are uncontested, 32, alt 1,
alt 1,
Alt 1.
33 is uncontested, 34, alt 2,
alt 2,
Alt 2.
35, alt 1,
Let me
yep.
just catch up, sorry.
No.
Faster than I am. Sorry, 35 is.
We didn't do 35 yet.
Okay.
You got
Sorry,
34?
34 was alt 2?
Alt 2,
Yeah.
yep. Okay. 35, I believe we were at alt 1, but made a couple little modifications based on language and math.
We did.
So I would be at alternative 1 with the changes made in, or consistent with the changes made in the previous case.
and I'll join you at that modified alt 1.
I will join you there as well.
Okay, thank you. 36, alt 1.
Alt 1,
Alt 1.
37 is uncontested, 38 is uncontested, 39, alt 1.
alt 1,
Alt 1.
40, alt 1.
alt 1,
Alt 1.
41 and 42 are uncontested. We're moving into the finance issues now. I'll just say that my positions here are the same as they were in the previous case. So for 43A, I'm at alt, well, this is different, but I'm at alt 2 here because This one was fine. Didn't have the discrepancies that we had in the other case.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
43B, Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
43C is uncontested. 43D, Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
43F, Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Did we do E?
Oh, sorry, I don't even know where it is. Because it's blacked out. Alt 2 for 43E, sorry.
Yep, Alt 2 on that one.
2 for me as well.
And then also Alt 2 on 43F.
Yep, Alt 2.
Yes.
Okay. 44, consistent with the last decision, I'm at an Alt 4, which would be to set the common equity at 9.8.
Same, Alt 4, 9.8.
Same for me.
45, I believe we ended up at Alt 3. So we're asking for additional supporting information as a first step before we required it?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Thank you, yes, that's Alt 3.
Yep. Alt 3, 46 uncontested, 47 is uncontested. And then we will probably take our math break. Everyone's ready to do that? Great, okay. How long do you guys want?
We need rates too. Did we get a jump or did we go back?
Or raise?
45 minutes?
Oh, my gosh.
We took no word in. That's good. You're
Yep.
Okay, let's try to come back around 5:45, but it's okay if we need longer. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We are back. And I will turn it over to our general counsel just for a brief update.
Staff, we were fine with your decisions. We didn't have any clarifications on revenue requirements, so we're ready to proceed with the rate discussion.
Great, thank you. So that brings us to, I believe, issue 48. Okay. Electric rate issues, for issue 48, alt 2.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Thank you. 49, alt 2.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
51, alt 1.
Alt 1.
50?
Oh, sorry, 50. I'm blacked out again. 50, alt 1.
Yeah, Alt 1 for me.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna just take a second to talk about 51 and 52 together, because it's important for us to use a consistent allocation approach in year 1 and year 2. In my review of these two issues, I did notice some discrepancies in a couple of the proposed allocations, especially related to the cost of service study results. And given my comments in the previous case regarding my preference for allocations that follow the general directionality of the range of results and a more gradual assignment of costs, I actually found the WIG proposed allocation in 2025 and 2026 is reasonable because it offers relative stability in consideration of the overall increase. So I support the WIG allocation for 25 and 26, so issue 51 is 2025, I'm at alt 3 modified, which I'll get to in a second. And then for issue 52, I'm also at a modified alt 3. My slight modification is within the WIG allocation, I would adjust the EV class allocation, so EV residential or EV res and EV commercial, and set those to 0%, which is consistent with the applicant's initial proposal. The revenue change associated with that adjustment is very small and will have a de minimis impact on the final allocation. It's really just kind of a simple cleanup of that WIG allocation. So for issue 51, I'm at a modified alt 3, approve the revenue allocation proposed by WIG with that minor modification to EV res and EV com. And then for 52, I'm in the same exact place.
Thanks. I was actually in the same place. I was at the WIG revenue allocation and leaving those EV class increases at 0%.
Great,
Thanks.
thank you.
For both.
51 and 52?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
And I can join you both there.
Okay, great, thank you. So that brings us to issue 53, alt 2. There were only 2 comprehensive rate designs here, and ultimately, because staff used the applicants as its basis and doesn't make any fundamental changes to the design, I think they're consistent, so I was at alt 2 for this one.
Yep, I was at alt 2.
Alt 2.
Okay, thank you. 54, alt 2.
Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Okay, 55 brings us to the bring your own device demand response pilot. I will say this and then hope that that's what happens. I want to capture our consistent decisions that we made, decisions consistent with the ones we made in the earlier rate case. So for 55A, alt 2, and then consistent with the modifications that we approved in the previous rate case.
Yes.
Alt 2.
Okay, thank you. 55B, alt 2, consistent with the modifications that we discussed.
Yep, alt 2.
Alt 2.
55C, alt 1.
Alt 1.
Yep.
And then 55D, alt 2, but again, because of some of the modifications, we would have that collaboration on additional technologies as kind of part of that encouraging a reporting requirement modification we made.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Good on Alt 2.
Okay, thank you. And then now we're moving into the EV questions. So issue 50, again, I will try to capture consistency on these decisions with our decisions in the earlier case. So 56, alt 2, consistent with the modifications that we included in the earlier case.
Yep, and I'll join you at alt 2 with those modifications.
Sounds good.
Thank you. 56A, alt 2.
Alt 2.
Yep.
56B, alt 2.
Alt 2.
2 for me.
56C, alt 1.
Alt 1?
1.
And then 56D would be Alt 2, including the modifications we made in the previous case.
Yep.
That works too.
Okay,
Yep,
great.
Alt 2.
56E is Alt 2, again, encouraging collaboration. And I believe we kind of took care of this item in our modifications to earlier EV-related programs in the previous case.
Yes, I agree, that was folded in to
Okay.
the prior.
Alt 2?
Yep, same here.
And then, you okay? Yep, okay. 57A also was taken up in the previous case, and I believe we ended up at Alt 1
Yep.
Yes.
The modifications.
with the
too.
modifications
Yep.
too. Yep. And then 57B, Alt 1.
Yep, Alt 1.
1 for me.
And then for 57C, I believe we ended up at a slightly modified one that was maintaining the pilot status but removing the enrollment cap.
Correct. Alt 1, do not, but with modification, do not remove the pilot
Do not
status.
eliminate program status or maintain program status.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, modified Alt 1.
I'm there as well.
Great, thank you. 58, to be consistent with our decision in the last case, I'm at Alt 3.
Yep, Alt 3.
3 for me.
59, Alt 1.
I was at 1.
Alt 1 as well.
60, I believe this was in one of the late in the last case grab bag items that we decided not to accept, so I'm at Alt 2 for this one.
And I'll join at Alt 2 on this
Yep,
one.
I'm at Alt 2.
Thank you. 61, again, we had a good discussion about this in the previous case. So to be consistent with our decisions there, I think we were at a modified Alt, or we're at Alt 3, consistent with our discussion in the previous case.
Yes. Alt 3.
Yes, Alt 3 works.
62, Alt 1.
Alt 1.
Yep, 1 for me.
63 is uncontested. 64, Alt 1.
Alt 1.
1.
65, again, we'll try to capture consistency from our previous case. I believe we were at alternative 5 for issue 65.
I believe we were at 3 in initiating
Okay.
that new docket in
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Q1.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Good catch.
Yep.
3. Commissioner Hawkins?
3,
Perfect.
yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. 66, Alt 1.
Alt 1.
Yep, 1.
67 moves us into the gas rate issues, Alt 2.
Alt 2.
2.
68, Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Yeah, 2.
69, Alt 2.
Alt 2.
2.
Issue 70, Alt 2.
Alt 2.
2.
Issue 71, Alt 3.
Yes, Alt 3.
Yep. 3.
72, Alt 3.
Alt 3.
3.
73, Alt 2.
Alt 2.
2.
74, Alt 2.
Alt 2.
Alt 2 here.
75 asks us about if it's reasonable to create a 12-month waiting period for customer-requested bill due date program customers who have fallen into arrears. So this program is referenced in the Pub Service Rules Tariff, which means it takes a commission directive to remove it, which is why we're talking about it. There isn't a code provision that requires a utility to offer this program because it would be consistent with other WEC utilities, so treating customers among the utilities more similarly, and because it seems that there may be some administrative efficiencies associated with this proposal, I was generally okay with the suggestion, but I'm curious to hear from my fellow commissioners, especially our resident expert, Commissioner Nieto, on issues like this before finalizing my position here.
Yep, I was in the exact same spot. This isn't a program that all utilities offer, and it's not something that's required to be offered, and I thought that I didn't see issues with the modification here.
Which would put us at Alt 1?
Alt
Yeah.
1.
Okay.
Yep, I'm fine with that
Okay,
as well.
great, thank you. 76 is uncontested. 77, Alt 2, to be consistent with our decision in the previous case.
Yes, Alt 2.
2 for me.
78, Alt 1.
Alt 1.
1.
Okay, moving into miscellaneous, again, we'll try to capture what we did previously. For issue 79, I believe we were at Alt 3, with the acknowledgement and encouragement that we will continue to evaluate the performance of the program and continue to work with applicant, staff, and other parties.
We're at all 2.
Okay, 2.
This was the work with staff.
Work with staff, yeah, great, Alt 2.
Alt 2, work with staff.
Same for me, Alt 2.
Perfect, thank you. 80 asks about requiring the applicant to conduct retirement planning for the Weston plant. Here, there was a significant amount of attention allocated to the issue in the testimony, especially in the record. I didn't see anything there that persuaded me that the commission needed to actually conduct this as requested, nor is it clear if the results of the requested planning are actionable, so I was at alternative 2 on this one.
I was at Alt 2 here.
And I was at Alt 2, I think, for this, a similar reason the chair mentioned as to our authority to act on that, so.
It was interesting reading.
Yes, learn, yeah.
Okay, moving along to 81. Again, trying to capture what we did, I actually did not see any of the things that we accepted, so I believe we're at Alt 2, but in case I missed something or there's other unique things to this case that you are wanting to entertain, open to discussion on that.
I did not have additional action on this one. I was at Alt 2.
Same, okay.
Same for me.
Hawkins? Great.
Nothing.
Okay, Alt 2 on that one. Issue 82 just asks about standard order conditions from the last rate proceeding. Here I was at alternative 1.
Alt 1.
1 for me.
Okay. Yes, we're going to check and make sure that we don't have any don't need any further clarifications. Great, okay. So that means we are ready for a motion on agenda item 13.
In docket 6690, UR 128, I move we grant authority to adjust retail electric and natural gas rates consistent with our discussion.
I second.
The order returned for your review.
And have the order returned for our review.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone, for all of your hard work and attention today. That does conclude our official business. Our next open meeting is scheduled for Thursday, November 21st at 2024 at 10:30 a.m. We have a motion to adjourn.
I move we stand adjourned until Thursday, November 21, 2024 at 10:30 a.m.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.
I believe that.